Welcome to session number 27 of our time with Tears of the Kingdom. We are back after a hiatus of a couple days on account of Mario Maker. And it also means I reloaded from save to get back into this file from exactly the moment where we left off. Which means, of course, that the vehicle that I had taken up the central shaft here to come back up to the top with me on Zonite Forge Island is no longer available. But that's okay, because we probably weren't going to continue with it anyhow, at least not at this moment. Current scorecard sits at 60 shrines and 190 Koroks. And I will likely try to find a way to fly somewhere else to remain in the air while we are up here, although we are a little bit limited at this point, because I have depleted almost my entire stock of Zonite for assembling vehicles after just flying around here a little too much. So we might have maybe one good solid flight left in us, depending on what we build. We also expended far too many materials in a previous stream on building various constructions that ultimately didn't work, so we spent a whole ton of wings and springs, all for a whole lot of nothing, except, of course, valuable knowledge. Anyway, so which island was this? There was one that had this sinking piece. We've done this one already. That was... oh, no, this is our current location. Just tag. Oh, I just tagged that. What was that exactly? We've been there. Oh, that must be pretty close to where the Saurus zone is. Now, the problem is, past a certain distance, we're a little bit limited just by the expiry of wings. I wish I had gotten a more precise measurement of what that distance is. But it's kind of about the length of half a zone. We actually should have gotten a more precise measurement of it according to the grid, and I wish we had done so, because then it's a little easier to determine how far a wing is likely to take me. We had a couple of different locations marked. The Thunder Zone previously, we knew was not really likely to be accessible. It's down here, this pod, what is that? That's actually quite far away. We do know that we had everything going on up here in Zora's domain. Ultimately, we want to get up to this area for the what looks like the path towards the Water Temple eventually. That's a long ways off. That's not going to fly anytime soon. Yeah, there's this column here. There's everything with the Lost Woods is potentially a destination as well. But I doubt we can make it to those places with a single flight without expending almost everything we have left. Now there is this whole central structure here. Have we been here previously? Yeah, that's actually just the Great Sky Island. No wonder it looks so big and familiar. It's just that it's the lower part of the Great Sky Island. I didn't expect that we'd actually gain elevation over it at this point, because it is quite far up high. That's the Zonite Forge location. We're not making it up there. Although, interestingly enough, this would be a good path to go up there without having to worry too much about elevation, because we can ascend so far just on this column here at Zonite Forge Island. We actually have a pretty decent path to get up here and return here eventually, if need be. I need to go back to Tutorial Island right this moment, though. Let's see what else is available. We're actually quite a lot higher than I thought. Here's the whole Thunder Zone down there. And this I thought we had been to previously. No, it's quite far away. But I think on our last trip we actually did go there before we fell to Earth. Not exactly clear. Anyway, we're so low in zonite that eventually we're just going to have to go back down to the depths, so it's just a matter of picking one relatively reachable destination and going with it. Because I think we must have something like 50-something zonite left in currency, which is really not nearly enough to work with. In fact, there's an easy way to check, which is with the auto-build. So, for example, yeah, we have 32 zonite left. We're pretty much broke. So the question is, do we try to get one flight out of this, or do we try to go for a water landing somewhere a little bit closer and safer that we know will be reachable? Well, from up here, we've got a lot of options. We can take a nice cheap fan plane. So yeah, this is what I was talking about in terms of having a clear path. We have that pool down there that is reachable by waterfall. We know how to get back up there and over to this island because we flew along the path from there. There was also the nearby island, the one right behind it, in fact, that allows one to drop that central platform down to this area here. And it actually is a safe descent. And that might be a good candidate for something we want to do. We could probably just take a glider down just as a glider. We can possibly even do it unpowered if we are thinking about doing so. Let's see, what else can we do? There's this pool over here, which I think is something different entirely. Let's try to tag it. It's a little bit difficult to tag from this angle. Actually, we just try to tag behind it somehow. Problem is that sometimes I have a tendency to walk forward a bit. Yeah, that's the waterfall area that you can come up. In the rain and only in the rain. Big waterfall that spills down below. Have we been to this one? It's quite a bit further. I think we actually haven't. But it's a pretty long and ambitious reach. And I don't know if glider durability will by itself give us what we want. Maybe with a little bit of rear propulsion. Let's have to go with a really cheap little plane. And I am not certain that we would make that distance, but if we don't, perhaps we can get a water landing somewhere in there. Ideally we want to get back to Zora's Domain, but we'll see. Because maybe we can even approach the water temple today. At that distance I feel like we're not actually going to make it. So we'll hopefully decide on something before too long. It's been a few days, so I am just trying to get a little bit reoriented as well with where we've been and where we're going. This area over here, I thought I'd been there. I thought this was the construct fight. Yeah, because we floated between two islands, hit the construct fight, but am I wrong about that? Maybe it just resembles an island we had been to instead. Yeah, because I thought we had been to this shrine specifically. Yeah, we have been there. We looked at that just now. We had in fact followed a path down from here, I'm pretty sure. Because... oh no, that's actually the one by Eventide. So maybe not. That's definitely too long a reach though. I mean, it's gonna be right? Just checking. Since we don't have the sky map currently. Well, we know how to eventually get there, so... Anyway, we should probably make some kind of decision. If we crash, I mean, we have this autosave, we can always just come back here, but obviously it'd be nicer to get a cleaner flight down somewhere. Other options, yeah, Central Hyrule is a little bit far for us. I think that might actually be the best idea, is to go to a green zone, or possibly to this column over here. That's too far. That's too far, but eventually we'll know how to get back up there. We need Zonite, so actually... if only I had a more consistent scheme for marking things. Because there was a particular entry point. Ah, yes, this right here. Where are we currently? Yeah, because this is an entry point to the depths, into the east side of the depths. And we can also go back to the west side of the depths if we want to proceed towards the Yiga base, which is also a possibility. I think, just to make a decision here, we're going to go east. We're going to try to make it towards the Zora's Domain interaction, and I'm going to try not to spend too much to do it. So yeah, I'm going to try to do like a cheap glider flight. It's going to go down somewhere relatively approachable. Here, for instance, I don't know if that looks like a shrine or something, or if that's just more of a random island. Let's see down here. This was also what we were looking for. Makes more sense to aim high and continue down low. We're short of materials, but we're potentially limited by distance, so we'll go for it. I think maybe one rocket propeller. That's going to be a bit of a stretch. I feel like we might have an expiry by the time we get halfway, but we have to try it. Let's just start building. Let's go. So, rather than do the full fan plane, we're going to do... I've saved it the single rocket glider, which is 6 zonite, and since we're purely descending, I think we can do it without propulsion. Again, the thing I'm worried about is just the expiry, so because we can do this without battery power. We'll just poke it with something. And if we lose it, well, that's just what happens. Then we'll just come back here and improve the design. What am I holding currently? Got a constrict bow, zonite bow. And do I want to maybe use a melee weapon like a rock hammer? Yeah, we can do that. Okay, let's head down. Let's see if we can make it. I have my doubts, just given... Whoa! Oh. How come it's expiring instantly? That's not what I expected. From a wing construction? Is it because I bashed it with rock? It probably is because I bashed it with a rock in terms of durability. Let's maybe not activate it like that. That was unusual. Okay, let's not bash it with the rock hammer then. Because that was a fresh construction. It shouldn't have broken like that. But maybe I should just tap with an arrow and... Yeah, I guess activating was a bit of a concern. Yeah, let's try that again. Let's go back over. I mean, I was expecting the durability to be a problem, but not that much of a problem. That was particularly bad. Again, Not totally clear sometimes on the vehicle durability mechanics anyway. I don't know how much of that was due to damage. I'm trying to poke it with something this big. I guess we will just spend an arrow on it for the activation. Because usually we'd be hitting something like a fan instead of the wing surface directly, and so... Alright, let's try it again. Was this the one we were looking at? I don't think it was, actually. It was... Oh yeah, no, because we're just painting on a different color now. Yeah, that should be it. Right? Unless it confused it with something. I think it did confuse it with something. Basically, the more prominent the island, the more likely it is that it's actually something important. Like this, for instance. Oh, we'll move towards that general area. Yeah, we'll see what we can do. I feel like ultimately I want to go back down to the depths for more zonite exploration, though. Just to compensate for how much we've been spending. Yeah, I think it was this one that we were going for. Let's try this again. Let's flip it properly this time. Oh, yeah, that's part of the problem. Is that we didn't flip it properly, did we? I think I didn't. Or did I? Let's be safe. Let's just tap with an arrow instead. No, we were riding it just fine. It's just that it broke instantly. Why is it breaking instantly? I don't get it. It's a fresh construction. Why would it break? Is there a limit to its elevation, or maybe we shouldn't have tapped it all? That's not an issue that should happen. I don't understand how we're not allowed to fly out of here. I don't get that at all. Why we've been limited. I don't actually know what's going on with that. That it's just not letting me fly. Because what if we just... Yeah, I don't understand that. It should be letting me fly, but then... Maybe I've hit some kind of elevation limit or something on the world? Given that we are pretty up high, and... No, I don't know, it shouldn't be, given that this goes even higher. Unless that's just all the distance we can cover. I really don't get it. I don't see why the rocket burnout would also just kill it right away. That didn't happen previously. Truly don't see why that would be the case. Maybe we should just take out a wing, have no rocket propulsion, and try to ride it down just to experiment and see if we get a similar result. That seems unusual. Alright, let's say we've already spent way too many wings, but, you know, let's actually get more wings. Steering stick over here. Carts and such over here. Wings over here if we want to go back towards that base. Which we always can. Yeah, we spent way too many wings previously. But let's say we take out a wing. And we'll just try to do it with the standard glider method instead, where we lift it and just let it drop using recall. We'll just float it down. Oh, whoops. No, no, no. That's also a mistake. Okay. Oh, right, because you would need to have some kind of forward propulsion for it to for that to work. Like, that's what we do if we want to launch a fan plane from static positioning. Well, a lot of these constructions are not quite working out here. At the very least, we want to get down from here safely, which currently isn't working out at all. Anyway, we'll just keep loading back in here. I guess that's the benefit of that very rare manual save between streams, was we don't have to do the climb up here either. But yeah, I don't see why we're not allowed to fly. We can try with the fan plane. And battery's not too much of an issue here. Yeah, let's try it with fan plane. It'll be a little more expensive than what I can afford, I think, but 12, yeah, that's pushing it, but... And I have my doubts that it'll make it as far as we want. At this point, we are just experimenting. Yeah, we just wanted to lift to overcome any friction. Then we activate, then we cut recall. Basically, like we drifted over here, hold, come back. If we really want, we could attach some batteries to it, but... And we'll see. I don't think the wings will last that long, but... We can also cut this. Yeah, it is giving me a fair bit of distance. We'll let battery expire. It will probably have a chance to reacquire charge. We'll just head straight towards that island. Just take a bit of a dive here. Much of a dive, in fact. We'll see how close we are to the wing expire by the time it gives me a second round, if we want to use that second round, of course. I don't quite know how power consumption affects the battery. Actually, you know what? These upper islands are kind of reachable. Oh, there we go. Might have wanted to get the forward propulsion anyway. Because we're going to fall. Also, we're taking cold damage. That's okay. This flight's going to be bust, so... We actually probably wanted to maintain charge immediately. Get back up here. You know, we can go for a water landing, then. Perhaps we should for once. We'll freeze our buns off over here. Nope, no water in sight. We're just gonna die. Okay, so that's a little bit of a long reach then. I feel like with something like an additional rocket's worth of propulsion, that would have been fine, but that would have also eaten into the battery rather quickly, so... I think as soon as we had replenished the charge in that one, we should have reactivated the fins with an extra forward propulsion, and that would have got me over. Let's, we'll consider that. We might just have to compromise a bit here and go for a closer target. Simply because of the whole expense of this journey. There was that upper island as well that looks fairly reachable. But again, we're kind of running out of juice here when it comes to these zonite that we can use. Oops. Oh, it's really quite reachable though. That just a little bit more propulsion. Like reactivating it right away. We probably could have done it. Either that or I think we'll just go for close water landing. Again, you know, here. Something like a single glider would have been fine. I don't quite know why it was losing durability like crazy. Maybe if we had activated it without friction from the ground, then it's not taking damage from the initial rocket thrust. I don't know. It's not actually clear to me at all. Yeah, something like a fan plane would probably get me over to the pool at the very least. I feel like we can get a better target than that. We can only just pick one that is going to be a little bit closer, but not that close. Some of these we probably would have had a better chance of reaching from the lower elevation as our start point, actually, but... Yeah, so we know that this is actually slightly closer. This, isn't it? Or am I? No, it's not. It would seem so much closer. I think we can do it. Let's just do it again. We'll just change a few things. First of all, we're just going to stretch out the starting location as far as possible. Then we're going to power up the fans immediately. Yeah, we burned through a ton of the zonite in the previous stream or two, since we've been up here in the air for quite some time and building all kinds of experimental vehicles, just massively overspending resources. So I will have to go back to the depths. I'm just trying to get one last good flight here. Okay. Let's activate it immediately so don't burn too much battery. We activated that a bit late previously. Basically, I don't know if we'll cover enough distance, but if we reactivate the thrust as soon as possible, maybe we can. Just have a nice straight flight over to this destination. Might barely make it. If not, we'll try to do it with a battery to just maintain charge. But yeah, we're pretty much out of zonite at this point. Anyway, we'll reactivate immediately so we don't get into wing expiry too soon. Just try to give us some extra forward thrust. We'll see if this gives me enough distance. Also, let's put on some warm clothing. This will be necessary here. That's actually not warm enough. Maybe cold resist food. You know, mostly just worried about fall damage anyway. But, who cares? We'll just suffer it and heal out of it. I think I might not make this flight anyway. Looking at what we're seeing here. It's gonna be a close call. Really close call. Doing an engineering-only run with no glider, no weapons outside mining would be fun, yeah. It would be. It would be a little bit grindy to set up, but... You know, it's all about getting results. We gotta stop using the wing as our base. That's the main limitation here, is that... If we spend some of our other resources to try to cheaply assemble the balloon drone again, that might be a lot better, except we don't really need to gain that much elevation at this point, so we can just propel forward, perhaps. Previously, I had this build using a balloon basket. That was more efficient because the basket would survive much longer than something like the wing, right? And we might do that. We just need to change what the fan layout is and try to optimize a bit. Because the thing is, the wing is only really necessary to give you some forward motion and not drop immediately once you have reached a certain point, right? Like basically, once you lose power, you want to maintain the height and you want to maintain momentum. That's what a wing is for. Otherwise, the wing is actually quite poor and not really what we want. So the thing is, I'm really starved in resources, so balloon basket build might just completely kill my bank. And we know battery is going to be a little bit of an issue too, so. But if we can do something like a balloon plus, and the balloon is extraneous. It's basically just there to. So the build I'm talking about is this schematic where I just take a balloon basket and put some fans on it with a control stick, and just use that to go for it. Also, I feel like we can revise the drone so it's a little better for forward motion and for descents, because we had a lot of trouble actually descending with it. And it's also way too expensive. But it also doesn't gain any lift very well once it loses power. Like, it drops precipitously. But again, we do have a bit of an elevation advantage here, though, so I think we take the balloon build and put 2 fans on it. And get some kind of forward propulsion out of it. With sufficient power, we might actually be able to make it pretty far. Because the idea is that the balloon drops off if the basket doesn't, and then you just ride out your batteries until you reach where you want to go, in which case you could even make it all the way to there. Like, maybe so. Let's try it. Let's try it. I mean, we can theorize about it all we want, but, you know, we should actually have a practical demonstration. Since I'm expending all my zonite anyway. Now, the problem is batteries are going to cost 18. Unless we use one of our big battery cells, which I'm very reluctant to do. That leaves only 14 for construction, assuming we just spend all our materials, but basically if you take out a balloon and a flame emitter in advance just to cut the material costs, and I don't particularly want to use a balloon, it's just that it's my only real pre-built option that has a cheap and durable platform. I don't particularly want to use it, but let's take a look at our devices. Yeah, we have very few balloons too. But if we go balloon flame emitter, just to cut the zonite cost, so we're not down to 0 zonite. I think I just need to get out of here and get back down, to be honest. Like, we know that this is going to get me back down. Yeah, because the problem I'm running into is that even if we go back down to the depths to mine more zonite, I'll be going down there with 0 zonite for vehicles. And that would not be advantageous. So we can take the glider down and try not to have that instant break happen again the way it did. Well, we can take the wing, rather. Then maybe we're okay. Like, we just drop into that thing. So let's say we'll auto build once again. Let's try to do this thing again. This time we'll try to activate it without the drag from down below. we're going to launch it from the air. We can even give it a small downward tilt, but I feel like that's a bad idea. I want it nice and straight. Have an initial rocket boost out of it. We'll hopefully not die instantly. From friction against a rock or something. We'll just try to drop in here. See, I don't know why it said instant drop, but perhaps it will give me enough of a boost to do a water landing down below that waterfall, depending on what we can get there. I feel like it's going to be a bit of a reach. Where's water features go? I mean, alternatively, we should have just jumped off here to begin with and tried to get down to the river. See if we can just do a straight water landing with no zone expended. If we can get a water landing here, I guess, yeah, we spent a few resources unnecessarily to give myself a bit of distance. Okay, that's not too bad. It's not too bad if we can stick it. Yeah, because I'm just out of zonite to play in the sky much longer. I really shouldn't commit to that. This was where the waterfall is, but only under rainy conditions. And then... let's get out of here. And we should actually try to get back up to Zora's domain while we're here and make another attempt at that main quest that we were kind of half done last time we were here. So, I guess that's it for the sky for now. I just don't see a good way to continue with so little zonite. So, we can try a couple of different things now. We can... first of all, I probably should have untagged this. We know it's there, we'll get her eventually. We should actually go for this geoglyph, and then we can see more of the plot. Because I passed a geoglyph previously and I didn't activate it. So that would give me a pretty clear objective as we head back up towards Zora's domain. It feels very strange to play on the ground again, given how much time over the past week or so we've spent either in the depths or in the air. We've hardly had any time back in Overworld Hyrule. And it's kind of odd to go back to it now, but I still don't understand that instant expiry on the wing that we constructed from Zonite. I don't know why that happened the way it did, and why there was apparently such a short uptime on the wing. Because it doesn't make sense relative to anything else we've done so far. Unless I'd saved that recipe from a low durability wing or something, and it preserves low durability. I don't know. That doesn't seem to make sense to me. In which case we should maybe reconstruct that at some point and resave it, just in case that is actually what happened. Because maybe the zonite recipes actually preserve remaining uptime or durability or something. And I just didn't realize that. But I don't know, that doesn't make sense to me. It's not intuitive at all. Anyway, here's the East Gate. This was the site of a particularly notable scene in the first game, if I recall. And then we'll see where we go from there. I also totally didn't take the time to loot the Zonite Forge Island properly when it came to the Sundelions, etc. Hearty radishes that we found up there. But anyway, we're here. We're going to head towards this geoglyph, although maybe we didn't really explore this peninsula either, given how many caves I've marked around Hadino Village. Oh, this is the scouting tower, yeah. That's okay, I think we'll proceed, we'll try to make it over. Probably should have crossed over to the north to begin with, yeah. Because we got to East Gate, it's just past the water crossing. We haven't explored anything around Mount Lanero yet, but I don't want to load up cold resist. I mean, we know the Spring of Wisdom is probably tied to the Forgotten Temple quest that we've already found out about. Oh, it's cold. How cold? We're about to find out. Too cold. That's okay. Well, let's just lose some elevation here and just get back out before we take too much damage. That seems like it's very potentially ascendable. Okay, we're kind of back in warmer climes. Yeah, let's just not do the cold zone just yet. Let's come back out here and try to prioritize our turn to some of what we'd seen previously. Here, this is worth checking on top. Also, the fact that you can do a water landing out to the top of the tower does make things convenient. Right, eventually. Just ascend through here instead, so we're not slipping and sliding. Balloon. Okay. And look at that, balloon parts. Galore. I wonder where it's implying I should go. Probably up here. Seems like it's giving me the materials to do so, in fact. I feel like with the balloon we should probably put a control stick with that, perhaps, and easier if we have a basket attached to it, obviously, but the platform is here as well, and do something with it. That's what the material's given, so we're not consuming anything. And yeah, perhaps we should have the steering with it just in case. I mean, this would allow me to scout and go up. I think that's really the main thing it's good for here. Maybe up to the ice. Well, we could also just shortcut part of this. You know, with a forward launch or something. Maybe we go diagonal rocket just to give it some thrust. And we have a double flame emitter here. I don't know why. It'd be fun to just do a diagonal launch or even a forward launch. The balloon gives me a little bit of lift, and then the idea is that we'll just coast across here all the way over. And yeah, there's this massive mountain range that gets in the way after that. Guess we gotta get back to Sora's domain, but we'll figure it out. You know what? This might be fun. We'll do sideways launch with a balloon just to see what happens. And we'll even go like this. Like this. Okay, come on. Oh, that didn't work because the recall lasted too long. I was trying to cut it off. Instead, this is just going to take me up. Okay, fine. Should have put the steering stick on it. No, I was trying to do the forward launch here, and that didn't work out. I'll just let things deflate a bit. This is going to hit the corner, isn't it? That's okay. We'll lose it. I was trying to recall just to get it out of the initial launch position, but we just tried to do it a little too cleverly here. We should have kept things simple. Balloons have a way of floating. At least we can see its position. Let's just go back and follow things all the way here through the cove. We haven't really explored this area very much anyway. So we'll do it. We've taken some skull force on the way. That reminds me, I've got a bunch of Zonite weapons I actually haven't used to resonate with things yet. Yeah, we'll leave them open for now since we have all these flux cores and such to play with. But maybe some mid-range swords using the construct parts might not be the worst idea. Anyway. But ultimately the objective, first of all, is to get back to the geoglyph. Now I know how to pop it. This means that we haven't seen a geoglyph in this zone, but we'll get there. And after that we'll try to get back to that unfinished business. Source domain. Hey, here's something we haven't seen in quite some time. You have my support. Yeah, we're going to put some beams in there if we can. Just insert something down the middle. Find it first. Wow, I get to have some flame emitters here. You know what? Let's actually equip. Oh, it's frost. Okay. I feel like standing too close to frost is sometimes not a good idea, but we can. Oh, interestingly enough, maybe you could just freeze something in place. And I feel like this is trying to teach me something about that. Let's see what else is available here. Oh, also, what is this? Roasted porgy. Let's match it. Mother and child here. But then, can you do that with food? I mean, you can't actually drop food, right? Like, you can't really do that. Maybe just drop an apple or something in here. Yeah, because it's not like you can put it back. Whoops. I doubt this is anything. Maybe there's something that was supposed to go with it. You can start a fire. Yeah, this is telling me something about trying to freeze items. Or perhaps using the frost emitters as a supporting piece themselves, huh? You know what? There's an easy way to check this. Let's just try to... Oops. Put some chew jelly on it. Nope, you see, that's why we don't try to get too close with weapons. But I feel like we're just supposed to use the frost emitters as anchor points of some sort. This is kind of a strange one. Unless you're able to split the plank in half or something. It's trying to tell me something. But we'll get a frost sword here. Regardless. Yeah, the thing is that here there isn't really a slot you can put into. It's a little too big for that. Unless you can split this in half or something. Let's see. I think there's more to this than meets the eye. But that it is telling me something about freezing objects. Let's see what else we can work with here. Those can be manipulated. Quite. Oh, you know what it is? We're right by the water. We have frost emitters. We're supposed to make frozen planks. That's what it is. And the climate here may or may not be able to sustain that without it melting off. Yeah, no, that's what it is. That we do it without chew jelly. No, we can't. Cold, yeah. Just react to that. What happens if we kind of spray this? It's a cold emitter. We should have used them as supports. We shouldn't have used one right off. Let's see if we can find something as a substitute since we have expended that. So yeah, you got two little insertion points here. I just need to figure out what to do with them. Possibly we have anything that could go through that. Let's see. You know, like pieces of ice or something that we can reduce to a particular size. Seems like an usually challenging one. But we may have slightly blown already. Do we have anything else here that we can use? Trees, items on top of that fallen platform? Let's see. James D, it feels great to be back to Zelda. It feels very strange to be back on the overworld after so long playing either in the depths or in the sky, but we are pretty much completely broke when it comes to Zonite now, and so I can't really do much more vehicle flight for the time being. But yeah, we had an interaction that I couldn't quite figure out in terms of why I had a wing with such limited durability, and I don't know if it's that auto build, whether it kind of preserves the durability of items that you put into the auto build schematic or what, but there was something that was going unexpectedly with how quickly things were wearing off, so might have to redo some recipes. Now that we potentially understand it. So this thing we don't quite understand yet. You're given this plank, and you're given 2 frost emitters. 1 frost emitter we put on a weapon already, so we don't have that anymore, and that was probably a mistake because maybe we should have used it as a supporting piece. But I feel like this thing is trying to tell me something about like a freezing mechanic or something like that. This is not going to insert, given it's just going to collide. But because maybe we're supposed to freeze something in place and root it, or use the frost emitters to kind of brace this, make it stand up. Let's see what the falling direction is, because it is kind of a partly supported post. Oh, I see. This post already kind of has these 2 supports here. Okay, no, we know how to do this then. I think. We should have kept the other one, but... Yeah, because if you look at how this is laid out, you can kind of get a sense of how it's going to fall over. And we really should have kept the other piece. Oh well. Because we could have attached it symmetrically. This is probably not going to work. But we'll make do with limited resources. Yeah, I didn't think so. No way. Very limited resources for this one, though. In this whole area. I can try to create ice platforms, which seem to be implied by frost emitters if we activate them. Like if we... So for example, if you have frost emitters creating ice platforms, you can probably use them to prevent the ice platforms from melting. So for instance... Oh, didn't realize I was fighting here. Let's actually fight. Oh, come on. That was a waste. Okay. I'll resolve some of my drift that I've been building up. Oh, come on. Do a weapon we can chuck at you, or do I really need to use this? Yeah, because I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to create some frozen platforms, and I'm going to keep them frozen using the emitter. I'm going to see if that works. Like, let's say we use this. Does it make ice for me? It doesn't really. It does. And in these conditions, is the ice going to melt? I feel like this is definitely the way. Okay. Yeah, I think this is actually what it's trying to tell me then. Because then you can use this platform. Brace. You can latch it onto a couple of different bases. From that point on. Stabilize it all around. Yeah, I feel like that's what this area is trying to tell me. First time you found had no building materials nearby, so you spent 3 minutes trying to knock it into the ground with a rock. Well, brute force, you know. Unforgivable. 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 Oh, I should have talked to him quickly when he was staying. He's standing. Okay, that's okay. It was not very firmly attached or braced, and things are melting, which is why we... Ah, yeah, things are melting, which is why we need the frost emitter to continue doing its job. Which is why we're also given 2, incidentally. Yeah, that's the problem here, is that platforms do melt. It's okay, we'll just redo it. We'll just talk to him quickly before he notices that something is up. Maybe before the sun comes up or something. Let's try to do the diagonal properly this time. So we can actually... Oh, come on. Yeah, that's the problem, is that as things melt, they start breaking apart. Yeah, they just naturally slide off. So that's why you need a second emitter, I think, to prevent some of this from happening. We can just stack a bunch of stuff and... Yeah, it slips and slides, that's the thing. As everything breaks away. So after you create all this ice, you do need to refreeze. Well, let's see. Alternatively, broadsword here, we got a wooden stick here. Too lightweight. All this stuff. I feel like I want to look for a more convenient solution than the one that's being given to me. Because, you know, I'm expecting durability just to keep a frost emitter running. It seems rather inconvenient. Let's take a look. There's got to be a better way to do this than using tons of ice that's melting in a rain. If that is prescribed. That was briefly the correct solution until you let things slip. That looks like a Korok block. Let's do it. Oh no, it's not. It's just a fortress. Okay. Well, mounted and armored. Can't just snipe it unless we use the bomb arrow. No, we need to do this. We need to... There's that electric shoe. Let's take it from a distance. Anyway, just considering my options, it is very sparse around here when it comes to anything that can be usable for construction. Yeah, I guess we really shouldn't have grabbed the second frost emitter without thinking carefully about a setup. Because the easiest way to do it is one frost emitter generating ice and a second one maintaining ice. And we should have done that and didn't. Basically, we need to generate some ice and move frost emitter after that. Oh, what's wrong way? Wrong way entirely. On the other hand, it can continue to freeze it. Doesn't really keep it at low temperatures though. Whoops, nope, don't stand in front of it. Problem, everything melts so quickly here. And you really do need the second piece to keep it going. Yeah, I guess there was also the rain effect just now that had a significant impact. Let's yeah, because I feel like it's just gonna slip like crazy. That if we put it like this, and then brace it on either side after that, let's try to generate some more ice again. It's totally breaking away, yeah. Sliding everywhere. Kind of fun, but doesn't last very long. Okay. Yeah, you can't really build with it. Maybe you can build with adjoining blocks of ice, but no, it just breaks like crazy. Breaks immediately. Maybe we put it on top of the plank without attaching it. See if that prevents it from... No, it just melts immediately. We need to put it in a shade, actually. That's what we need to do. See? Yeah, that's actually what we need to do. Put it in a shade. Not that it will help if it's just going to slide again once it's out in the open. One thing you could do potentially then is just to create shade. Create shade. Like, it's going to depend on the sun's position at a given time of day. That doesn't sound like it's going to go. Now tell me we need to wait for this to be shaded. Certainly not. Well, we can pre-build something until conditions are more advantageous. Like this. Using the shade to our advantage actually is not a bad idea. This lighter is also a campfire given here, in fact, so you can switch it to nighttime if you want, because daytime, like, everything's just going to slip. But maybe we should take advantage of that too. Unless what we can do is place something like a frost weapon here to keep things... You know what? That's not a bad idea. Let's say we have chew jelly as a source of cold. Or even one of the ice fruits. This doesn't actually cool you very much. Maybe that's not a good idea. The idea is that you want to create a shade. Perhaps allow the rest of the instructions to survive intact. Or yeah, just getting ahead of anything else going on here. Actually, shade is creeping over, which is good. We'll just let the weather resolve this issue for us. Shade will just solve this. Oh, it's not gonna be quite what we want here. Hang on. We can do. Perpendicular on this. Totally not right, but yay, it's alright. Let's talk to him quickly. Yeah, we basically needed a shade to do it. And a campfire change would have solved it too. Spent a lot of durability on my boulder here. Okay. Well, let's see here. Yeah, we'll keep the freezing weapon for now, I guess, but that might have been a waste of a chew jelly. I feel like we should put an attack on it. Constrict 3-horn. Something like that. Here we go. Yeah, the Frostbender Club, I think, maybe with the sword aim, it's not going to be excellent, but we can always just replace it. Anyway, let's continue towards the peninsula. We want to take out this camp. I'm a little under-resourced, I think. Yeah, there are actually plenty of ways to get back up, so we shouldn't be too concerned about that. Easier than it was in the last game. Have we done this cave previously, or is this a cave? We're about to find out. Yeah. It's actually a very brief passage here. Maybe. This is where we'll just whack it right away, I guess. The blade that we just put together. Oh, this little spear would break quickly. Yeah, let's just use what we had. We powered up for a reason. And it's our sword, yeah. Might be nice when it gets wet, but... yeah, good for this zone, I suppose, but... we're also just completely full up on everything here. I think I'll actually just leave it for a moment. Got so many other weapons to expend first. No way through, here we go. I'm not being particularly exhaustive about this, but... we'll see what we can, we'll just head towards the cutscene point. Hey, Arakuda, we like those. Loot some eyes. A couple of them, in fact. But, give me some eyes. Give me some eyes. Give me some eyes. Swoop down here, I dare you. Want to use eyeballs to take them down, of course. Wouldn't be a good trade. There we go. Great. Should remember to heal up. But it's okay, we'll grab some loot. What are we doing for arrows? 205, could be better. We want to load up as much as possible before we go down to the depths, since we'll have trouble replenishing them at that point. A little bit shorter than these wings. But the eyeballs are the part that are really quite necessary. Okay. Didn't think so, but I know that one's been tied down already. frame there, yeah. Okay, we should be getting into the geoglyph zone pretty quickly here. Okay. And yet this windy cove that is relevant to a puzzle last game, but I don't really know what it does in this one. Yeah, it's kind of strange to come across all these locations that used to be shrines. Or in other cases, used to be puzzles. Because occasionally there are definitely pockets of landscape in this game that feel much sparser than Breath of the Wild, simply because some locations that were once a substantial self-contained outdoor activities like this one now just kind of sit here and we don't know what they're for yet. Might be for something. That looks like a cork dandelion. Let's grab it. Wizrobe seems to have woken up and paid attention here. Let's not get into a lightning fight. Yeah, alright, fine, we'll get into a lightning fight. I don't even want its topaz. Whoa, no, whoa, that's a hard hit. Let's get out of here. And let's also put on some shock resistance gear. We have a rubber helm already, but we can do better. I feel like that shock resistance actually just saved me a moment ago. Yeah, let's eat up too before we get whacked by anything else. Okay. Nope, hang on. I don't even need this guy. I mean, sure, we have another lightning rod. We've got lightning power right here. Anyway, let's back here. Did I mark this because it was an ascension point or because it was a geoglyph? I thought it was a geoglyph. One of the peninsulas anyway. What was this one? Let's get down here. Yeah, here we are. Okay, let's figure out some plot, I suppose. To figure out where to stand. Funny thing is, I had seen 3 or 4 of these before I knew what to do with them. So we hadn't explored any of them exhaustively enough to find the conversation circles, the memory circles. Anyway, this is a fairly small one though. It'd be too hard to find the point. Pretty sure we hadn't talked to it, so just need to walk around until we find a location that looks a bit more obvious. Here we go. Alright, let's see some plot. For once. I guess we'll piece this together slowly.
King Rauru.
Here's proto-champions.
We just received word that the last free village in the Gerudo Desert has fallen. At this rate, the Demon King's army will overwhelm us.
I understand. Our only hope is for me to defeat the Demon King.
Rauru. The Demon King. He is not someone you can stop by yourself.
Another one we haven't met.
But you are not alone.
Somebody pertinent to this region,
You
I'm
have
sure.
the Gerudo, Goron, Zora, and Rito leaders as well as Zelda. And of course, you can count on me.
Kind of a Korok style mask on her. On the helmet. Maybe. Not really
There's
sure.
something I'd like to show you all.
No idea who that is anyway. Anyway, here are the tiers. For them, for obtainable powers, we've got
Sacred stones.
one of them. Gift for the same stones. There might not
Stand
be.
with me. I need all your aid.
There's the Zora Sage.
We all, gathered here, swear on our lives to serve Rauru, the King of Light.
I find that a little bit suspect, but you know. We'll see where it goes. I mean, these clearly were designed to be obtained non-linearly, much like the photo memories in the last game, so... Yeah, Queen Sonia was that character. We don't know who that other new character here is, but really we don't know who anybody is. Anyway, we got that. It seems like at this point we're pretty convinced that it is going to be one of these per region. I don't think we ever marked or found the one down here, but it's got to be, I would guess, probably pretty far up icy Mount Laneru. So, let's head back up to where we had the launch point, probably around Mivicourt, to... Let's see what we can do there. Oh yeah, we also totally missed a shrine that we scouted on this coast. We can see if we can get back to that. Again, we're kind of out of vehicles right now, so... There's a lot that we can't quite do. Got a suspicious lone tree. Yeah, we can gain some elevation here and head back up. That would be most productive. We'll see what kind of trouble we'll get into along the way. Now, the idea here is that several weeks ago when I did a chunk of the Zora quest, ooh, balloons and rockets. Ah, you know what? We'll just take a balloon up. If we have a flamethrower attached to it. You know, as I was saying several weeks ago when we did this, we hadn't yet devised the method for getting off of a Zora suit waterfall jump. We now do have that somewhat. Now, without a control stick, getting off the balloon is actually trivial. That's what happens when you're without a glider for simple tasks, I suppose. Yeah, we would need a flame emitter on top of this if we spare one. I'm not totally convinced we will. Maybe she was dismounting from the balloon. I think that we managed to do something with it here. Rotate it a bit and give us a bit more room. So yeah, we can basically head straight up. We might not even need a balloon, honestly. We just need a platform here to work with. Yeah, we actually don't need a balloon, I don't think. Unless we have the Flame emitter in the vicinity. Let's check. Yeah, let's park this for a moment. We'll just try to get up the cliff quickly. We don't even need to loot. Oh, it's a point to tap, I guess. Nope. Oh, that's poor momentum there. Didn't expect to get knocked backwards like that. See, the thing is, if we'd actually ridden it up, that would have actually been pretty decent. That's okay, we'll just climb. We got multiple bars. We can do it. Slowly. And we'll just remember to chow down at some point. Get the health pool back up. Certainly activated something up top. We'll just climb up slowly and see what it is. Really should have done is recall the balloon once we saw it go down like that. Oh, no wonder we got shoe jelly rolling towards me down there. I wonder if each of the sages also just give you elements. The way that we get a lightning power off of Riju right now. Whether you get frost, fire, and water, respectively. Water not being particularly useful for many purposes, as far as I know. Anyway, we've got plenty of stamina. We'll make this. Won't be as fancy, but what can you do? Yeah, we'll try to make it up to one of the aerial points that we had scouted previously. And equipment on the field of reach. And we'll just do it part by part. We'll loot some things on the way up too, for once. Just more frogs. Of the sticky kind. We can try to follow this around. Looks like it does dead end pretty early though. Anyway, let's get up here. Yeah, we see sludgy waterfalls. We need a clean one. It's over there, and we need to fly into it, as I recall. Now, we have taken this camp. It was a fun one. Interestingly enough, if we did expend one of our Zonite bills, we could probably get there immediately, but again, we're so low on a budget at this point, I don't really want to commit to that. However, we're getting pretty close to where we can potentially find wing parts to head down. So we'll take that as our method. Oh, Juju is great. It would be nice if Riju didn't. Nope. Spin too much right away. Now, which element do we want? Probably ice, is what I'm guessing. Yeah, ice is most desperate right now.
Yeah.
Great. Significant gain in supply. So I don't remember what the flight point was to get up there, but we'll find it. I think it was pretty close to Nivicourt. Around there directly. Just depending on what the supply point is for materials. Like wings, rockets, etc. And we can also just ascend. Okay. Of course, prior to any particular experiments with the Sora suit and waterfall climb, we'll heal up. Also, this is a very unique pattern. Platform that just fell from above, I guess. Have we done this? I don't know that we have. Might be protecting something good. Shards that are cut right in here. Let's jump in. Did work out. Evil always scatters when I show up. Yeah, eventually we need to whack things a few times first.
Ah. Hi.
Ooh, interesting. Bug collector.
Ooh.
Oh, interesting.
Oh.
Okay. Just a tip sheet, basically.
Hi.
Is that all he's going to say to me? So.
Ah.
Well, we already know this. Just a lot of tutorial message is strewn about a game for people who had for some reason missed out on Breath of the Wild before coming in here. But yeah, with a decent vehicle build, you totally could just approach that waterfall right away. Need some kind of vehicle for it, but we can do it. And it's just a matter of the peak of the waterfall and whether it's going to be susceptible to the dive with the Zora suit that we had been practicing previously. Doesn't always work. Sometimes you need to dive into an adjoining cliff if there is one. In this particular case, I don't think so. But yeah, we'll head up above here just so we can target waterfall. I'll sail right into it with the flexibility to interact with it on a moment's notice. It's very much like the military philosophy, I guess, of when to use something, when not to. With all these hot and cold effects that we've been stashing for later use, which we have hardly ever taken to the live setting. Anyway, here we are. A long time since we came back. Lovely place. Batteries are here, which is good. Now balloon platforms. Possibly we can save some expenses and build a drone. Actually, yeah, we can build it with a battery. Depending on the number of fans I have, we can just build one fresh and might not even need to deal with the waterfall. Or at least not with a glider, so. It's okay, I do have an idea on how to do this then. Let's take a look at this platform here too. Now that we can fall out of that safely. Although, did we ever check this fountain?
Oh. Oh. Huh.
Wait, send. Why not? Nothing though. Yeah, we'll approach the non-sludgy waterfall. Pick up right where we left off. Oh, notebook. Interesting. Maybe we've read this already. Long time ago. This was weeks ago. Anyway, we had the batteries over there. We had a balloon, potentially. Some fans with it. It's not that far. In terms of getting on over, so... I actually think we'll just build a drone now. We need to spin some other parts like the control stick, but I'll try to go minimum zonite with this. Basically, if you try to build a double battery pack, you can as well, but there's no particular reason to do so. We're actually quite low on fans. Maybe expend a steering stick or something. Well, no, we should just expend things. We're so low on zonite. Depending on my charges, we just need to roll for more if we get back up to Tarrytown or something. If that's the plan, I don't know if it is. Yeah, we're not that high on charges either. So clearly the batteries are a good idea. We do need a bit of forward thrust in these, so we'll actually try to do this with two fans, maybe. See if we can get it to run. Because we just need to get up to the waterfall. We don't actually need to go all the way, although that would be convenient. Actually, you know what? Yeah, let's just use our parts. That is easiest and cheapest. We know how to get more. Build the drone since it's an ascent anyway. We'll head up towards the waterfall and then we'll see where to go from there. Okay, we'll just steer in. Problem is, holding steering stick does slightly limit my interactivity with the. Well, so we'll try to ride it up as far as we can, since we have the battery packs to do it. Since we know this vehicle works in its own special way. Oh, let's get out a sledge. That's kind of important. Yeah, I wonder what kind of adjustment I need to make on this vehicle to make it possibly thrust down. We need to have at least one fan that's facing down or diagonal or something to maintain elevation and lower elevation, but I don't know how that works in relation to the power consumption and a control stick. So anyway, let's go. I bet we could just ride it all the way up actually and just leave it. Yeah, one battery expended is okay. Second one will be soon as well. Let's just move it up and we'll have a couple of pots here. I hope I have my splash fruit. Okay. We did have a fan break off once off this vehicle from high impact landing. You know what? We could have just taken this rock up here too. There's a recall point rather. Those are even higher. That actually probably is supposed to be the way up. That's okay, we'll just unsledge this a bit without losing access to my vehicle. If I can avoid it. There's a particular message that we got about this. This is, again, weeks ago, so we have to... Okay, we did find a clue about a watered bridge, I just don't remember what it was. Connecting the Zora to the sky. This wasn't a clue that we needed to, you know, look for a particular shape and... Anyway, let's splash some fruit. Play some Super Mario Sunshine here. Now that we know how to throw objects as well, we don't need to use arrows everywhere. But yeah, possibly we'll try to ride a drone up to the next level as well. Maybe using a recall, but since battery limitation here is already kind of in play. I wish I could recover the clue that we had. Oh yes, you need to shoot the Zora scale. That's right, here it is. Stand upon the land of the skyfish, behold its lofty view. Among the floating rocks you see, a droplet waits for you. That is marked a little ways over, though. Landed a skyfish. How far over is this? Looks like that's the other way entirely. Yeah, possibly we can still get up there, though. Ah, no, okay, this is just a quest point in Zora's domain. So, no, we're in the right place. We're in the right place for sure. Through this droplet, shoot an arrow with the mark of the king. We have the mark of the king. We have bows, we have projectiles. We can do much of this, but can we do it without the glider? That's going to be an interesting question here. I guess we would need to on the ground and scout. Possibly we can also scout by riding the recall stone. Recallable stone. Just take this with us for safety's sake. Don't want to just park it unattended anywhere. Yeah, we'll see if clearing any of this accomplishes anything. I guess it gives me a sense of how to proceed past here. Yeah, that's going to go up in a certain fashion. We could take that if the droplet isn't obvious to me currently. Maybe scout. I just don't want to go out of range of the vehicle and I've already spent on assembling it. Oh, here's the teardrop. Yeah, that's absolutely it. Yeah, that's absolutely it. Alright, King's Scale. Interesting that you kind of have to align the rocks that way. Fun solution, in fact. Now, what did that do? Purification or portal? Now, do we need to ride it as an updraft? That will be an interesting question. Or will the portal just be a portal? Well, what we can do is try to ride up anyway. I have so few stabilizers, I don't want to burn one on this, but there probably is a warp point. We can try to go down to it. You would need to raft over to it anyway, given all the sludge. Probably. Yeah, battery burnt off pretty quickly when it comes to thing up, so we can certainly try again, but let's eat up just for safety's sake here. in case of fall damage. Yeah, I guess the problem here is I just realign slightly. Let's see where it goes, actually. Let's recall it for a moment. It doesn't actually go that high. I wonder if it does. It is a bit distant, though. I mean, you can stabilize the platform on top of it. Or freeze it as it drops. No. That's going to disrupt his pattern. But actually, let's just recall it again. Yeah, now we totally disrupted his buffer. It's not going to go very high. I was trying to stop it from toppling off the ledge here so we could send something else above it, but this one might still work. The idea is that if we can maintain stability on top of this while it is recalling, it just pushes me up. We would probably need a stabilizer to do that, but otherwise we're just going to topple over. But it nudges this way and that. Yeah, because otherwise we'll just topple back down. Basically we can give ourselves a bit of a push. I don't know about that. Well, worst case we just go back to the portal point. Maybe spend a battery or a large charge to go up there. How are we doing for large charges? Let's see. 1, not great. I probably prefer to spending way too much on batteries, right? So because we're running low. Running very, very low. Yeah, that would get me down to 8 zone. It's not great. We'll use the large charge. And we'll just head up directly. We'll see what kind of height we're dealing with here. It's probably not going to go. On the other hand, well, maybe. Make decent height off of this. Let's use a large charge and see if we can make it. Probably should have just plugged a battery into this. Oh yeah, we can totally make it. Probably unnecessary, we just took the warp point from below, which we could very well just have skipped as well. Oh yeah, we'll make it. There's plenty of charge here too. Or maybe it's gonna be close. It's gonna be a little bit close. Better spin some of this before we fall off. We don't want to let the power run out because we just plummet immediately. Wellspring Island. Whoops. Recall. And then grab. There we go. Recall to freeze it like stasis. That's how to do it. That's how to do it. Getting a little better at this. Big battery, very nice. We're getting a little bit better at emergency saves out of bad positions. Yeah, now we can do short hops with this instead of anything much more elaborate. Also, look at this thing here. Why is this? Oh, it's low gravity. Okay. It's the low gravity mechanic that was seen previously in the other shrine. I don't want to lose access to the vehicle, so I don't want to mess around with this too much yet, but let's unstick ourselves. I feel like this low gravity bit here is a trap, and that we should avoid the trap. And that we already got the treasure chest on this end here, so we should just keep flying till we get up to whatever this is. Yeah, you see another waterfall ascension point over here, which we may or may not use, depending on the height we have to cover. Okay. Nope. Bad idea. That's okay. Well, we'll lose the vehicle, unfortunately, if we respawn from death here on the island. That's okay. Still play on the island. Luckily, we do have enough zonite to rebuild the vehicle if we need. Yeah, it's not very good at lowering elevation, unfortunately. We need something a bit more controllable for that kind of functionality. Yeah, but that's okay. We're very low on zonite. We'll just have to save it. Yeah, we know all this can get lowered, but that would probably don't want to lower it if it is just a trap. Looks like it's very much just a trap, so. But yeah, I was thinking when we saw the low gravity shrine last time, this was just an amazing little effect to play with. Also, let's get some chew jelly ready. So we have a bit of an easier fight. Oh, no, I didn't want to throw the weapon. I wanted to throw some chew jelly. Well, that's what happens if I throw the wrong thing, isn't it? We're suddenly in big trouble. Where's my weapon? Where'd my weapon go? Oh, here it is. Okay, good. Not even my valuable one, thankfully. Okay, now let's clear some space. We don't want to expend that too aggressively. We have to deal with a lot of sludge and fights up here. Yeah, nice charge shot here. Let's power it up. Send it flying. There we go. Easy. Construct 3. No room for the spear. Okay, that looks like a level 4, judging by its headpiece. This time let's pick up the correct items. And let's not back into any obstruction here. I'm doing for health, very low in health. Let's actually heal up. Good thing I checked that. I could have done one shot pretty easily. Okay, just gotta get out of trouble. In a pinch. Let's not send it off the cliff. We do want to loot it. Oh. Oh, nope. Too close. Too close. Let's... There we go. Charge it up and we'll let it fly. Okay, that wasn't much of a charge. We can do this again. Possibly go electric or something on it. Oh, we sent it too far, didn't we? Yeah, okay. Bye-bye. Guess we don't get looted. That's okay. No, it wouldn't stick. We want it. We don't have room. Maybe get a replacement current rock hammer though, since we're not really mining up here, but... We'll see. I actually think I should have like a water weapon here. Some true jelly on one of my weapons just to use it for dispersal. But we'll see exactly how this is going to work. I would like to loot more constructs, but... Okay. We can also gain some heights. Very complex landscape up here. Bubbles. Those look right. Well, those also look like loot. Like you get Zonai devices out of those. Or, oh no, it's not. Well, we don't know what that is. But I think it might be rideable, as I could assume. I would like to fight these guys just to loot more constructs. But we'll see how cost efficient that can be. This looks like it might be something if we unsludge it. Perhaps on the other side too. Very nice spear. Soldier 4 spear. We should actually take it and replace something. I mean, it could even replace the silver Lizzle spear, but I think we should just drop the rock hammer. We don't keep mining right now. And this has been pretty heavily spent lately. Yeah, because then we have something a little more swift for our purposes. Might even break off the Lizzle spear since the Lizzle weapons have a... actually, what is the base of the Lizzle spear? Not a long stick. Actually, yeah, it might be pretty durable, but we'll see. What goes on it? That'll be nice. Might as well spend it. Then, yeah. Don't know if there will be anything of note in the upper level, but we should check. Low gravity at least will break my fall damage every now and then. Judging by our understanding of the mechanics from the combat shrine we saw last time, so... Yeah, that way was the treasure chest that we saw previously. This way is what we're trying to check. Just in case this was anything interesting. Might not be. But we'll check it. It would be in here. I was just wondering about this top level, which we could totally have ascended to. Look at this massive up arrow here. At least it looks like an up arrow. Very nice jump. Not a hidden talus or something. We do need to watch our falling physics here, though, and not overshoot too badly. Let's see if we can just nuke some of this stuff. Yeah, we spend a lot less chew jelly if we just put one of those in a weapon or something. Can you believe some absolute scrubs used a glider for these areas? Glider? What glider? That's not in the game. I don't remember seeing a glider. I see a whole bunch of glider fabric patterns, but for all I know, that's just cosmetic. Okay, there we go. Triple shot. Very nice. We even made him drop his stick, which I guess is a consequence of dying. Or being deactivated, shall we say, decommissioned. Whoop, that's not zapped here. Trying to find a good ledge to jump off of for the arrow shot. There we go. Alright. More charges. Always nice to have. We could even activate her lightning power in advance just to get some coverage on it for next enemy. There we go. Very nice. Well, that felt very cost efficient, which is, of course, what we play for. Construct bow looks like it's gonna be under 30 here, though. Let's just keep the current bow. And you got a sludge fall over here. Alright, obviously we're going to stand on this and see if we can ride. What game does this remind me of? Several, but... do I get much control? I do not. But I wonder... no, we can't Ultra Hand out of this either. Okay, we'll fall forward. There we go, look at that. Very fancy. We're going to miss one of those spectacularly, and it'll hurt, but it'll be a learning experience. Also, what is manipulable here and what isn't? So we can drag them. We can kind of pop them. We drag them, they stay in place, like with the hover stones. Interesting. We can use that to rise for certain locations. And even if we leave them out of terrain, yeah, if they lose momentum, then You just lose momentum. This area will be interesting. But we are outdoors, so in the worst case, we'll just use vehicle to skip some of that. Also, I wonder... Yeah, we can't use Ultra Hand when we're stuck in that, so we can't just recall out of it, but... Just seeing if we're missing any treasure or anything here. It might be for all I know. Also, we might as well untag that. We know where we are. Spring Island and Floating Scales Island. Well, this will be interesting. Yeah, if only I could maybe make some adjustments to that vehicle design. Like put some of the fans diagonally or something so we could, you know, do a forward propulsion that is a little more adjustable. So I'm actually able to pitch forward and lose elevation. I mean, this looks like it's supposed to be a glider sequence where you just go up and bubble, glide down, continue waterfall to waterfall. We can just skip it. Pretty sure we can just skip it. We're just totally out of zonite, which might not be good for our chances, but... And also, you know, it would literally be my last available vehicle, I think. Before we're just completely out of resources. If I supply the fans and a steering stick, that's one thing, but... It looks like it is supposed to be, like... basically a navigation challenge to get up there one step at a time. And just kind of float point to point. I think we need a vehicle. And it's too bad I couldn't preserve it earlier, because the whole point of this build is that it is meant to last. Last beautifully. In the interest of saving resources, I think we actually will use our remaining fans. All of them. And a steering stick. Well, goodbye fans. We used to have 30-something of you, and now we don't. So I basically use 3 zonite for the platform. Steering stick's the expensive part anyway, and so the fact that we have a lot of those in reserve from some of the previous machines helps a great deal. Okay, let's pilot it over a location that will give me a safe landing. Hey look, shrine's right there. Except when we enter the shrine, we'll lose the vehicle. That's okay, good thing we have enough for an additional vehicle. We'll fall in. No. This is the mistake I keep on making, is that I'm no longer holding the control stick, and so... So I keep forgetting that I just walk off instead of steering the device like I do with the wing. Okay, let's... Fine. Maybe we get back to the previous treasure chest. That would seem to be the logical respawn point. I think we might have to fight some constructs again then. But we have a good way to do it at this point. Spring Island. Yeah, we'll need to fight the constructs. But in terms of zonite, we're still on 26, so that's good. Alright, let's fight these guys. What's really nice is 3 bars of stamina. We didn't even need Risha for this one, as it turns out. This is just a Soldier 2. This is a Soldier 2. Yeah, we actually gain elevation far too quickly with the drone that was meant to be the island hopper. It's actually much too good. Anyway, let me verify that we did get the previous treasure chest. I'm sure we must have, given that we just respawned right before that fight. Yeah, James D, it turns out, I mean, because I have much better builds nowadays, in spite of the fact that I'm almost completely out of Zonite, that we didn't really need to engage with any of the waterfall stuff at all to get here. Anyway, I totally overshot that shrine that we saw. But the problem with the shrine is that entering the shrine, while it gives me a teleport location, would cost me the vehicle. So that'll be a trade-off. It's kind of like a midpoint teleport location, I guess, for people who use fast travel. And since we're not using fast travel, we might even want to hold off on the shrine. Now, did I do anything interesting up there loot-wise? I think it's actually better to pull out the vehicle down low then, so we don't overshoot quite so badly. So we'll just remember to actually ride the platform down, which is the whole point of building it as a platform in the first place, is that I shouldn't just be... Oh. Audio cue, there we go. The whole point of building the drone the way I did was to not slip off of it. And anyway, this is the platform we were on previously when we were doing the drone launch. We know there's a shrine over there. We know it's very easy to overshoot it. Let's rebuild it anyway, because that's just how we play. We have enough Zonite and materials to do the drone flight twice, once up to the shrine and once beyond that. After that, we're at the mercy of what we can do with the platform mechanics. And we can't make it all the way to the top. I guess we're going down to the depths to farm more Zonite and coming back eventually, but we'll see what we can do. Okay, so we're going to steer forward towards the shrine since we know it's there. We'll skip all this stuff on the side, and we'll just try not to overshoot the height. Yeah, we'll just power forward, actually. It's the best way to control elevation is just to go forward as quickly as possible. And hopefully we're aligned for the drop. Are we? Are we? Oh, that's a bit of a thrill here. Okay. That's fine. We can drag it up top with us, or... As long as that didn't take too much damage. We've had fans break off of this thing before, and that... Oh, we've got a fight. Hang on. Who's fighting me? This guy. Okay. Alright, this guy. Let's shoot you. Okay, no, he's not gonna fight. Fine. Yes, you are. Come on, come back. Come on, dare you. I'm missing so much. Oh, because he's in flight. Okay, fine. Come on, let's jump. There's some better range here. Without wasting too many arrows. Love that there's so many ledges around here for me to do that. Anyway, let's scan this area for treasure chests. I feel like it's pretty expensive. And we'll do something like that. There's some treasure. Also, let's scan for traps, as we know those exist. This looks like the construct boss. Let's get the vehicle within range, because we had it despawn around the construct boss before, and so we don't want to lose it. Let's fight him. I actually really like fighting these guys. Find them a lot of fun. However, we want to unsludge this in advance because that could really get me into trouble. Let's scan the arena first, make sure there's no more sludge to work with. This guy's totally the construct boss. And a flux construct, what grade do you think? Well, we don't know, but we're gonna find out. I actually think we'll go with the blade then, the two-hander. It's a bit clumsy, but it'll be a bit better for what we want to do. Now we need to make sure we have ultra hand for pulling. And I think we're probably going to be good. So let's fight. Flux Construct 2. Oh yeah, he's not too worse. And we've beaten so many threes. Do this swap and everything. Whoops. Okay, let's aim correctly though. Okay, there's the shoulder. There we go. Pull it out. And then we'll just smack it. And a recall maneuver is the one that we need to watch for. So make sure we just dodge this. Okay, great. And we stand still until we're on top. This is the thing that I realized was essential to surviving this a little bit here. Oh, also, super low gravity. I didn't think about how this was super low gravity, actually. Oh, and despite low gravity, it actually gets enough height to kill you. Okay, that's fine. So we lost a vehicle. No, because I was so used to the low gravity shrine that works perfectly well. What's the respawn point? It's right by the flux construct. So of course we do lose the vehicle. We do lose the parts for it. We are going to kill him though. We are going to kill him. Especially after that nonsense. What we're going to do... he flies pretty high for the recall maneuver. I think what we actually do is... No. You can't actually do the usual pattern with this guy. Okay, we still have one vehicle remaining, technically. Worst case scenario, we'll take that up to the shrine. And also take advantage of low gravity to jump into waterfalls or something. Oh, we will beat him. We will beat him in the face. Let's go two-hander again. Ultra hand. Okay, let's fight. Right, back there. Where's his shoulder? Well, on this side, okay. Whoops, no, wrong button. Oh. Muscle memory slightly failing me here. Well, I mean, this is clearly meant to imply I need the paraglider. We're not obeying that, obviously. The problem with the recall pattern, though, is that if you don't engage with it, but also the shrine's right up there. We can get up to the shrine with just ascend. Okay, hopefully we can just beat this guy down before the recall pattern. The problem with the recall pattern is that, as we know from one of the previous fights against a Construct 2, that he stays on that pattern until you hit him. And so you have to get up there and fight him. So can we ascend through it or something? No, not really. He's gonna stay with that, though. Could maybe ascend through a different point. The thing is, I don't want to deal with this fall damage thing that's going on. So, if there's a better alternative to doing this, I guess if we do a partial recall and instead of riding it up and standing still the way we usually do, we just try to jump off in advance, maybe it's survivable. But we've of course had pretty poor luck with that in the past during the normal gravity fights, and so we have to be quite careful with it because it's very easy to just overshoot completely and run into a ton of trouble. So let's climb this. Let's try it. We actually have to be prepared to cut off the recall before it sends you all the way up with momentum. Oops, no. It's okay, no fall damage there. Could have been worse. Either that, or I go upstairs with a sand and try to shoot him down, which we can do. I think the fight does remain active, right? It should. He's not going to be out of range. Let's consider our options here. Yeah, we need to play the recall pattern differently with the expectation of low gravity. Also, look at that. There's a point for getting more parts up there, which is great because potentially we can get more parts to reduce the vehicle cost. That's totally within reach. Where we are right now. Uh-oh. Okay, we're in trouble. Let's try to land on him. Let's try to land on him. That's okay. We survived. We survived. But only just. That's okay. He's out of that pattern. That's the important thing. We'll just kill him and hopefully not get into the ascend pattern a second time. Indignation Judgment, I'll read that after I have fought this. So just saw you come in. From a few minutes ago. My hands are a little bit full. You're tearing me apart. Let's see if we can find the attach point. Oh, it's into core. Okay. Actually, we haven't seen this pattern with the Mark IIs previously. Where, yeah, it's kind of buried right in the middle there. There we go. Smack him. Come on, smack him. Okay. Okay, great. This pattern we can do easily, so. Alright, let's kill him. We have a zonite weapons to spare, really. Oh, okay, that's wrong. We just have to do it, I think. Unless... Why do I just recall the whole thing? Just recall the whole thing. You know what? We should have done that to begin with. Just tug him down, but we'll wait until we have another opportunity to do so. I think he's going to stay up there, though. But I think, no, he's weak enough that I could just get an arrow shot on him. That'd be great. Uh-oh. Let's unsludge this for a moment. Hang on. Controls, please. Yeah, let's just get up here a bit and use zero gravity to do an aerial shot towards him and hopefully get enough elevation. Do that. Yeah, we can totally do it. Just need him to turn a little bit. Go down a bit. Oh, in fact, you can tear at him from this elevation, so... Whoa, oh. That's not good. That's not good. Okay, guess we're doing it again. Because we don't have a water landing. We actually need to specifically not have water landing in Zora's domain, which is unfortunately going to be a bit of a targeting problem. No, I'm going to take the death. We're going to fight him again. Okay, let's aim carefully and deliberately die if we can. There we go. That could have gone badly. Long may the nights carry our souls until the dawn renews us. Yeah, pretty much. We were one hit away from that too. I was just trying to get an arrow shot on him off the top, and I didn't think he would aim that well. That's okay. We can do this. I am confident we can do this. And yeah, actually, I think getting some elevation manually, like ascending through here, for instance, which we can do, and getting to drop on him, or getting within range vertically, as an alternative to the usual Construct 2 recall pattern, is what we should be doing. And we'll do that. We need to unsludge in advance, don't we, or not? We might have had a partial save in between the fight somewhere, but anyway, let's just fight him. I don't remember what my food situation is. I think maybe we had a partial save in the middle of the fight, but okay. Also, yeah, hang on. Go. Okay. We actually should have gone with a spear. It's a much faster weapon. But I was trying to, you know, save it for special occasions. Okay, he's in a recall pattern. So, here's what we're going to do this time. We're going to ascend through here. We'll see if we can preserve the fight without arranging it. I'm going to ascend. Hopefully it keeps me in the fight. It does not keep me in the fight. Yes, it is. Okay. Alright, and then we're just going to... Oh, it probably restores health, doesn't it? Well, there's no health bar in this right now, so... Yeah, okay, it did reset the fight. You know what, we're gonna grab the shrine first. And possibly some... vehicle parts first. Let's see what this spawns. We'll definitely go back and kill him, but I guess we can't outrange him by that much. But if we can get some vehicle parts here, then it might be a significant buffer to what we're doing, particularly if we get fans. For once I actually want fans, even though they're typically massively oversupplied. Let's see what we can do. Zonite charges. Where are they? We'll just see what this spawns. In order to save what we get here, we'll likely do the shrine first and then come out and fight. Hoverstone. Oh, excellent. Lots of hoverstones, look at that. That's fantastic, actually. Is that all it gives me? There's one that is not here, and it gives me fans too. And it gives me wings. This is a great... dispensary. This is a really good supply point, actually. Everything's useful. Did it give me a battery? It gave me a battery. This is fantastic. We should just spend more here while we can. Hoverstones and everything, although we don't really use hoverstones for builds very much, but it could potentially cover some gaps here horizontally to get me places. Yeah, no, we'll just pick up a ton of stuff here because this point has been so good to me. And we got batteries, we got fans all of a sudden, we're doing great. We suddenly have vehicle parts. Well, I might even spend more. I mean, this is one of the best ones we've seen in the game. We don't really need that many hover stones, but battery stabilizers. No, we're going to spend more. It's much too good. I've hardly ever seen one this good. I'd even dump some more construct parts in it, because this significantly extends how much flying I can do in this area. We won't use the charges, we'll use a couple of construct parts if we can. Low level ones that are not going to be too useful. At least until we see how short on them we are for gear upgrades and the like. Oops. This doesn't give you nearly as much stuff as it charges, but, you know, we want parts, so... Yeah, it is unusually heavy spending for me, but... we're so low on zonite that this is going to be the most cost-effective thing by far to continue flying. Especially because we already stocked up on steering sticks. Okay. I'd like more fans, but we got so many batteries. This is so nice. We've been short on the regular batteries the whole time. Let's see what we have here. Let's just do it. We will have to kill the boss, but I think we'll actually switch to a spear next time and just try to burn him down a lot faster. Yeah, low gravity again. Orbs of water. I hope this doesn't expect me to have a glider for horizontal movement. Whoop, no, let's not toss that by mistake. I was just trying to dive. This looks like it is something that's movable. Almost like I'm supposed to catch things with it. Totally supposed to catch something with it. Oh no, it just hits. Yeah, just using a recall as a quasi-stasis works, because like activating recall freezes objects in place in time temporarily. And so before the recall motion actually begins, you can use it as stasis. Very useful that way. So now we have an additional object to play with. I bet you can do recall in this guy as well. So certainly the intended solution too. Very unusual for me to actually see intended solutions, so definitely appreciate that. That looks like it's supposed to send you all the way over. Why aren't we getting another one of those? Oh, we will. Okay, let's try this. And then we'll see that one in a moment. Looks like I'll Need to see what his movement is going to be at the end of that. Yeah, it's going to stay there, which tells me that I need to maybe place something there ahead of time to ascend it or manipulate its motion somehow using, say, this piece as a deflection point. Or using that to create a slope or something. I mean, it's probably going to hit this, and then passes through. Okay. Oh, okay, but then this allows it to catch me. But then, should I be... I wonder if I'm able to attach and stack multiples. Oh, there's a... No, okay, I see. You can create a slope. I see it now. Let's create a slope with it. Oops. We'll check the angle first before we see if it succeeds. That seems pretty straightforward. Am I missing any additional chests? Or was that the only one? Yeah, this clearly gives you motion that you need. Might even be a bit much. Looking at this. It's actually way too much. We'll make a gentle slope. Let's just take a look at the motion here. Goes quite a ways forward, in fact. I feel like we could go gentler than that, even. Well, it's very hard to aim this thing. Hang on. Let's just let it fall. Like that. That looks like it works a lot better. We don't need it attached. Yeah, that gives me the perfect motion. Sometimes you just need to set things down gently. You don't need to attach everything firmly if it's just going to stay in place. Whoops, no, hang on. I guess we need to jump into it. Right at the upper part. Anyway, we'll wait for it again. And of course, low gravity, we need to watch out for how we're jumping so that doesn't happen. And we'll just try to catch it this time. Jump into it as pushing over. Maybe even jump into it as it's leveling over this way. Good. That looks correct. That's the completion. Okay, so that's one shrine is going to save this location for us. And everything we've looted off the nearby machine. Let's go back to fight that boss. And then we'll continue. I didn't even get Riju in advance this time. Yeah, we should actually, once again, use the spear. We're going to loot him for a construct core anyway, so, you know. We don't need to be too frugal. Also, we get wings here. Probably because with some kind of propulsion, we'd be able to make it over. That is with some kind of propulsion, though. I don't know if we have rockets stashed anywhere, or we need to use something else. Fans work too. Having a nearby machine to roll fans does help, although we probably don't want to use them too excessively. But anyway, let's head down. You think I'm overlooking something there? Yeah, that's fine. We'll be back there. I want to fight the boss first anyway. We'll be back. So I wonder if I can survive this fall just fine. I got full health. Because then we can do a nice swift opener here. That's not quite within range. Oh, it will be. Just pelt this. That's okay, we got room for more bows after this. How much health did we take off? Oh, we sent it all the way over there. Wow. Okay, that's pretty good actually. As long as it doesn't get into the recall pattern right away. Let's just go back using a two-hander. Okay. He's going into the recall pattern? No. Oh, we don't have a bow anymore. Hang on. Let's switch to mighty. Okay, let's go around. Look at that. Don't even need to tear it apart. We'll just get a nice quick shot. And what do we go to all that trouble for, right? Nice and fast. I was mentally thinking, if we can keep it under a minute, that's a Twitch clip, right? And I've been thinking that way about a lot of stuff in this game because it is such an immensely clippable game. Let's put it on a weapon. We're going to replace the frost emitter. That's the sensible thing to do. You gotta cheese this one by standing in an area where he can't really get you. I'm not worried about him getting me. It's more that once we saw what the low gravity interaction with the recall phase was like, it was clear to me that we can't get him stuck in the recall phase because, I mean, you know, you can get him out by maybe gaining elevation, but it's a bit of an awkward way to play that. I wonder if this gets you within ascent range, actually. Maybe that was the way to do it. But it's clear to me that you're actually supposed to gain height against him to beat him if he gets into what is usually the thing you counter with recall. Anyway, we can build more vehicles at this point. We can scan around for treasure as well, just in case. Because I thought the whole point of coming here was to check for this chest. Let's see what this is. Hopefully a charge or something that doesn't take up inventory space. Soldier Force Spear, it'll take up inventory space, but it might actually be better than the Pounder. Durability up. Might change out the blade. We could change out this Pounder or something. We have so many good weapons. Durability up, we definitely want to keep it. We didn't even use the Lizard Spear. I'm thinking we'll probably replace this Pounder. Let me check what that base is, first of all. Traveler start. Yeah, we're ditching this. We have so many good weapons at this point, and none of them are usable for basic mining purposes or something. Nice thing about a lot of these too is that they are largely lightning immune. Anyway. The entire fight was just about 1 minute. Yeah, it works for me. I was hoping to do that last arrow shot a little faster than I did, but you know, what can you do? Alright, anyway, we're dropping this one. We'll take more weapons that are totally going to be overused on mining. And we're going to head back up. Yeah, a lot of these pillars seem to denote bonus chests that you can attempt as optional objectives. So we should actually explore a little bit here while we still can. Too far. Okay. And yeah, we'll explore this whole area. Why not? We came all the way up. Spending a ton of arrows, we'll just need to remember to restock before we go back to the depths. Because I feel like ammo from arrows is actually the main limitation on my time in the depths. That and gloom food, obviously. It wasn't a chest, it was just a spear. It was a 40-something damage spear, though, so it's okay. It was a bit of a minor gain on what we were holding already, so... we'll take it. Okay, Ascend isn't quite within range of this, let's just climb it. So glad we have full wheels of stamina here. Sundelion, wonderful. Sundelion. Just makes one's day. Let's scan. Should have scanned that, but it's okay. Oh, grab over here. Let's worry about getting down after we get up. There we go, another chest. That I probably can't loot due to lack of pocket space. Look at that, Soldier 4 Reaper. What will we replace this time? Maybe it's at last time to retire my Korok stick. We might have been just traded a Lizzle Spear, like we just never used it. We got way too many weapons. Long throw in this thing though. Well, we've got 2 spears already. Yeah, I think we'll probably... I mean, we can always make another Korok Guster. It's just that it was really useful for getting instant kills, where you just ice something and send it off a cliff. But we might as well... yeah, it's been here forever. It's probably low in durability at this point. Let's just finally retire it. We can always make more. No. I got so many weapons. We'll just use this one next. Just to break it. Since the construct cores are so reconfigurable. Now let's get down just because we don't know what the fall damage situation is with gravity at this height, so... Where's Riju? She's not here. Chest over... oh, there she is, okay. Chest over here, we'll go for that too, and probably have to drop loot again to use it. And this is why you fixed your Joy-Con drift. Oh. Battle Royal? Yeah, we're running with bows.
Yup.
We're running with bows faster than we're running out of arrows. Look at our stamina wheel, we could do this all day. And look, we got a bow. Kind of a lightweight one, but... Yeah, I think generally in these areas that have these pillars that are conspicuously at the end of certain platform sequences, we can generally assume there are chests. So, that's why it's worth exploring. And look at that, that's a whole new structure over there. We're not flying over there yet, but... Captain Force Spirit, you see, we keep getting better stuff, that's the thing. Well... We actually have to use some melee weapons instead of just using bows all the time. But the issue is that, you know, my run, where I haven't even unlocked any great fairies yet, has left me as such a glass cannon that, like, archery is almost always the best option. Well, we're obviously keeping this, so we'll change spears. You got a full stamina bar before upgrading any health. You know, apart from the gloom mechanic, because of the one-shot protection that you get from taking a hit at full health, it's actually much more advantageous and efficient food-wise to stay on a low number of hearts. I actually regretted some of the early heart upgrades that I had, because I did, I think, maybe 2 heart upgrades or something before I just decided to go full stamina. 2 or 3. And I actually kind of regretted it, because it just meant I was spending more food for the same kind of interactions where I was getting one shot from full health anyway, right? And because, you know, I have so little armor that if I get the one-shot protection from 8 hearts versus 5 hearts, the difference is that I'm healing more of food. Like, that's literally all it is. How far off is that? Okay, that's above Tarrytown. I bet that's the Tarrytown balloon tutorial or something, that whole region. And we never did the Tarrytown balloon thing. Oh, you can see Tarrytown from up here. It's quite a nice view, in fact. You can even see the racetrack. Like there's a little bit of a crescent or lip there. That is the racetrack. And we're not going there yet, obviously, but that'll be when we decide to leave this place, perhaps. After completing whatever lies up top. It's a long way down from there, but we'll do it. Well, I mean, we also know how to get back up here, and we also have lots of parts now, so it's not unthinkable that we would just get over there first, but if we want to just drop by Tarrytown, but I think it's better to continue. We only came this way to begin with for treasure chests and replacing weapons for incremental gains. It's not even about the loot, though, it's just about the pleasure of knowing we got to the chest. Spending way too many arrows to do it. How many arrows are we on? Yeah, 142. We were at 200 not long ago. But then we decided to show that Flux Construct who's boss, and, you know, things just escalate from there. A couple of structures that we might not be able to reach yet. At least not very efficiently. This one we can probably just ride out. I feel like the balloons bubbles here will actually give me a safe position. And if they don't, we're about to find out. No, they're pretty close to the wall. Main thing is that you can't actually use Ultra Hand while you're in them, because Ultra Hand is too busy being in a bubble. Again, just a little bit of height here. And because of low gravity, you project forward pretty well. Got an autosave for passing the shrine, which is great. And we have wings here. Which... Oh yeah, this is a launcher. I see it now. I see now what you were saying when I was missing something. It is a launcher. Let's not launch it way off target, though. Okay. And let's expend a bow. We'll obviously expend the 11 bow. Yeah, we never have enough like cheap utility bows in store because again we have an upgraded inventory, so we've always completely stocked up on good weapons instead. What is that platform down there? Do we know what that is? That looks like a boss arena. But we're not going to do it right now. What did I just... hang on. I can't see what I just tagged. Yeah, this is above water. That looks very much like a Flux Construct boss arena. Let's untag it for now. Because we're out of pins. Okay, we'll take the wing. And we'll just continue going up. Oh. Oh, okay, there we go. I was wondering when it was going to give me that. Let's grab this. You never know. We might want it again. And it's a base for a fan plane or something, now that we have so many fans. Nice thing about fan plane is that I know how to use recall to launch it. And it's very efficient to do it that way. Because you don't need to get initial thrust off a rocket or something. You can just use recall to avoid friction. And basically you just lift the fan plane in the air, activate the fans in midair during recall, and then it just goes. Okay, this guy thinks he's going to be fancy. Oh, it's a captain, okay. Where's Riju? Get over here, Riju. Also, what are we holding? Captain 4 Spirit. Let's use something cheaper. We need to break some weapons, basically. Flux Core 2 Pounder, this is the weakest one at this point. Quarter Pounder. Oops. Okay. Got a little bit of a hit here. This guy's probably going to hit hard, so let's just get out for a moment. Took a little bit of a beating, but it's Captain 2, he's not even good. We got more bows, which is nice. Where's my wing? There we go. Yeah. I guess because this is story content, some of it might scale, some of it might not. We don't want to get trapped in the waterfall thing. Because we know we have trouble getting out of waterfalls, so... Oh, new spear. Zonite spear. Not that interesting. Okay, can we grab the wing? It seems like it's way out of range. If I'm able to park it somewhere where I can grab it, that'd be nice, but... Maybe we can lift it way up and then recall it. Like, just to change it out this way. Not just to give it a bit of a tip here. And then we drop it, and then we just recall it from above. James C, I know I can use the R button to dive out of it, but it's not actually always the best way to do it. Like with this kind of positioning where the waterfall sends you a little above ground, yeah, you can do it. There's some circumstances where it actually doesn't work that well. And I've tried it in a lot of different locations, so I've seen quite a bit of it by now. Okay, let's see if we can grab this. Not that we need it, but it's the principle of the thing. We can get it to come up. Can I grab it? No. No, not really. Okay. That's fine. Obviously at this point you're meant to do some gliding and all that. We're not going to do that. Look at this, these little Mario Galaxy planetoids here in these little gravity zone. That over there, no, hang on. Look at this thing. Without falling. Yeah. So difficult to get a clean line of sight here. No, no, no. Don't fall. Not a good time for Joy-Con drift. I didn't get drift, but you know, it was definitely on my mind. But anyway, you see what I'm looking at here, that it is this little island that you kind of see on the top right of the screen right now. I'm trying to see what that is. Usually tiny islands like that aren't actually anything. But that structure looks interesting enough that I want to magnify it. In case it's like a Sage's Will chest or something like that. Because it looks kind of flowery. Like I can't tag it at all, this thing. The flower thingy, yeah. It's a unique enough shape that it might actually be something special, like a Sage's Will. But there is kind of a peak underneath that you can use as a balloon point or a launch point. That little planetoid looks pretty interesting too. As something that you could potentially drop into. With... Anyway, there's definitely content down there, but we're not too concerned about it yet. What I should do at this point, since we're just about straight below this one, it might be safe to build the hover drone again as my way up, since we're not riding waterfalls. You're obviously supposed to, you know, use low gravity and use the glider to ascend up waterfalls. We're not doing that. We're going to build. But I'm going to build carefully so I don't drop anything off the cliff here. We got so many parts. We're in good shape. We got fans and everything. We even have batteries. Probably won't need a battery for this height, but we'll do this. A steering stick. Good. You're standing still. Let's build a drone. The drone that only knows how to go up. Let's kind of face it in so I can aim it. It looks like the ancient text area that needs deciphering, does it? Maybe, we'll see. Let's see. Okay, we want to pull back a little bit so we can see where our landing point is, but we don't want to go too high and overshoot. Because that's been consistently a problem for me, is going too high and not knowing how to land this thing. Apart from, you know, just cutting battery and dropping. Okay. Let's pull back just slightly. And forward. We can actually probably keep going. Oh yeah, we can definitely keep going. Then we should drop in right here. Which is good, it'll drop me in sludge, but... And if it's a bad position, we'll recall out of it. Good, perfect. That's how to play it. So... Always a little worried about a drop on that. Okay. And the nice thing about this is that, first of all, no durability problems like we have with the wing. Secondly, oh yeah, this is a waterfall climb for sure. And secondly, oh, you even get to choose weapons. looks like it's supposed to... Is it a shock weapon? Let's take a look at this. Beam emitter. Okay. Because it's like it's puking all over you, this thing. It's like a puking bird. The puking bird temple. Anyway, so, and a second thing, what was I even talking about? Oh, about the vehicle, yeah, is that it's great for short range because I can just land it, recharge the battery, and land it again. But we're probably ditching it here to go up the standard way here, assuming that we can do the waterfall dive, which if we can't, we're in for a big surprise, so... I might actually want to just take the vehicle, just for safety, because, you know, worst case scenario, we crash into the waterfall and then dive out of it. I think I'd rather take it. We'll go close to the waterfall so I can dive into the waterfall at a pinch if we need to fall into it. No. Oh, we're... Okay, fine. Fine. Waterfall? Waterfall. Low gravity. That's okay. We'll respawn. And we'll just ride the waterfall. Okay. I was trying to jump onto the vehicle and I just completely missed because of the gravity effect. This game is an absolute pleasure in the most absurd ways. The trouble you can get yourself into. Slightly missing the waterfall here. Alright, do I even have the Zora suit on? Yeah, there we go. It's okay, we'll pretend that we were going to ditch the vehicle anyway. We just, you know, lost 4 hearts to do it. And then, can we dive? Here's the problem. That we might not be able to get enough of a dive out of this. Hang on. No, don't do that. Don't do that. We're gonna die. Gotta cancel out of this. Okay. Worst case scenario, we just spend parts to build another vehicle and try it again that way. I prefer not to. But we know in this area at least that it's easy to get a lot more parts. Okay, so this is the issue that I was talking about, was that like sometimes depending on how high you were projected, it actually is a bit troublesome to dive out of this. One way I was trying to get around that was by using shield surf, because then that gives you a little bit of forward motion to nudge you forward. We'll try it again. If it doesn't... and one other method I'd use was actually to dive to the left or right to do a cliff climb, but I don't know if you can do that here given the placement of the top of the ledge above. So we'll try to go like near the edge in case we need to dive to the left or right to try to do a ledge grab. But it seems like it's not quite giving me enough height to go over with a dive the way that we wanted. But the idea is that if you go shield surf during the fall, so you shield, you press A, I don't really have the muscle memory for this, and you dive out of that, you can sometimes tumble out of it a little more safely. So our suit on. Just try to go close to the edge here in case we need to cling on to something. Okay. Nope, hang on, wrong button. That's okay, we made it up. Problem is I don't have my shield out now. I know I did do the shield surf thing at some point, it's just... we can get off the edge here and climb on the structure. That's what we're going for. Nope. You see, it's trying to throw the weapon now instead of doing the dive. I think you have to be going down to do the dive. It has to be after the jump. And the problem is that the curvature here just doesn't work. So, ideally we can dive off the edge there and cling on to the ledge, but it's going to be a bit of a challenge. We should have just taken the vehicle in the first place, which was my intention, because this was exactly the thing I was afraid of. No, you know what? Has to be right after peak. Low gravity might help me out here, but I'm not sure. Look at that. Got it. Got it. Yeah, you have to go off the side. That's the trick. Water temple. Okay. Yeah. Alright, great. We continue out some outdoor play in case we want to do any kind of vehicle skips. As you can see, this is the issue. There's going to be a central mechanism here, and as with the lift mechanism previously, I guess we'll... in the Gerudo Temple, I guess we'll probably need to activate a couple of different things to unlock our access here. We'll see. Access denied. Access denied. So, we'll see how we can play this with no glider. Because I can see from some placements already that we'll need to think of some creative solutions. Luckily, we looted tons of hover stones, first of all. And that could actually help me bridge a significant number of gaps. But we'll see how this is arranged. We also have so many zonite weapons, we'll probably need to use devices on them at some point, but, you know, we'll get to that. All this is low grav, too. It's kind of interesting. My first encounter with low grav mechanic, obviously, was the shrine we did last time. And so I was kind of wondering if it would occur elsewhere in the game, and of course I didn't know it would occur somewhere this prominent. Can we get this jump, do you think? Whoa, look at that. Stamina wheels to rescue. Oh, here's a big little quest orb here. Let's just use some melee weapons. Hang on, what am I using? Flux core pounder. Yeah. Did I? Oh, I was too busy reading the chat. That was a reading the chat death. Yeah, no, I unlocked everything up to Mifa Court, James D, weeks and weeks ago. I actually did Zora stuff before I knew how to dive out of waterfalls, and I proceeded past that point instead of finishing up with it. That was, in fact, for a long time the only kind of story content that I had done was... I had actually hit the Zora Zone first. So yeah, so I had met him, if that's what you're asking, down at Mifa Court. Not along this pathway, obviously, but... I mean, I guess the idea was that I was supposed to go down to that glowing part, right? And, anyway, you know, we'll discover the limitations ourselves, right? Like, I don't... Like, you don't need to tell me that, basically. We'll discover the limitations ourselves. Let's, try to do this properly without getting poked in the back by this guy. We'll see. We worked our way up here. Let's just get in there and smack him a little bit. Oh, I'm using the weak bow, no wonder. I'm using the terrible 11 damage bow. Yeah, no wonder I was getting no damage out of that. We need to switch bows. That's right. I was wondering why the bows were suddenly doing nothing, but that's okay. We can do this fight. I just need to switch to my good weapons. And you see, this is why I've been going archery, especially against the level 4s here, is that... First of all, we should get some protection. Let's see if I have something decent here that we can use. For 3 hearts? What do I got that's decent? Not much for 3 hearts. Attack up. Yeah, for this fight we might as well take it. We might as well. Okay, let's get a decent bow. You see? Much more sensible. Now you're playing with power. Much, much better. Whoop. And you got a triple attack up, of course, that kind of helps. Mighty Construct Bow, we're obviously dropping one of the terrible bows so we can hang on. So we can take it. Yeah, we may as well clear some space. It's not really necessary, it's mostly just obstructing the fights, but... Obviously we can flush this out of here as long as we know where to take it afterwards. This over here... I wonder... use that. Looks like we probably can make a jump over to that column at the very least. Problem is that you would need to climb under the ledge, and that looks like it could be doable. But regardless, you would need the orb. I don't know where to send the orb yet. Where's the orb location? Maybe those 4 locations over there. That's obstructed right now. We need to research this a little bit more. Possibly use the orb as something that I can stand on. Hey, watch this. Place the orb here. Just use it as a platform. So I can stand on it safely. Without rolling it or something, without jumping over it for that matter. Come on. Low grab. Okay, so you cooperated. But without rolling this thing. Okay, let's roll it back. And over. If it drops into the abyss as a quest item, it'll respawn. Then, come on, let's go up. Okay, here's another waterfall, and we're just going to climb on the side to avoid complication. What's this? We'll see. Well, this is clean water over here, so... I guess we just need to supply the temple with clean water to sludge it or something. Also, you get nice jumping climbs here in low gravity. That's, like it's worth it to lunge in a climb. As long as you don't overshoot. Okay, so this is an observation point. Looks like this is where you place the orb. And so actually, after the orb ride just now, we should have taken the time to pick it up. Either that, we can just use hoverstones to create a path. Although, of course, the hoverstones... yeah, we'll deal with that. Let's see. So over here, we'll take a look at that. Yeah, I think the orb clearly goes here in the circle. And yeah, we'll come back and set it over. Let's drop some hoverstones just to create a path. Reduce complication. They are power dependent, of course, once they have been dragged out of their initial position. Let's see. One thing we do need to be a little concerned about. But that's okay, because if we send them over, and then recharge power, and then place them again, then we can do it. Really enjoyed the water temple. Yeah, it was aesthetically very open, which is something that I think was what they were originally going for with the Divine Beast design. No, Riju, don't kill it yet. I need to farm something. We want fire. We're a bit low on fire now, but no, we want more ice. Ice is hard to come by. Right. Just stack some of this stuff too. Also, this thing here... Oh, okay, this is movable. It's a plate, interesting. Wonder what that does. Fire down below. We'll see. We'll see what that is. But first we need to send the hoverstones over. Yeah, basically, you know, you deplete battery on them and it's perfectly fine because that means that you can use them again in that location, hopefully. They're a little bit out of position right now, in fact. Okay. Just pull them down. We can. Uh-oh. Come on. No? No, that's okay if it expires, and we can just shoot them down now, I think. But I just try to recall them out of that. And I don't want to spend an arrow on it. Ah, we've got a cheap bow. We got a cheap bow. Wait, hang on. Get out of here, camera. Ah, camera. Okay. No, I was trying to grab them. And that did not work. That's okay. That's okay. We'll do the same kind of thing with the recall maneuver on the wall. So this time we can do it with the hover platform powered up. So the idea is that I can carry the ball or even attach it. But I take another look around because I'm playing this game, not you. And so I'm gonna do it my way, right? That's... If I'm missing something obvious, it's perfectly fine. That's just how we're going to learn it, right? Yeah, I know there's this like whole conspicuous object here and everything, but whatever, I don't care. And Okay, so if we just... Yeah, because I think I'm carrying this... So the thing is, we would have to activate recall. As it's getting in motion, we grab this with Ultra Hand, we place it, and then roll it up top. So we can activate this as a hover platform, and so we don't need to worry about his recall positioning after the fact. And we can just lift the ball. And then... Yeah, because we've got plenty of time to power this up. I don't really have a good tap weapon on this anymore. That's the thing. But we can basically move this over and then power it up, except we'd be holding the ball at the time. That's okay. Like, I think if I power it up, I can still recall it, and it would still remain powered, right? Like, that should be how it works. So, yeah, the problem was this strong construct bow was messing with my camera earlier. Anyway, let's see if we can recall it. I'm going to recall it and then use Ultra Hand on this ball at the same time. Come on, up. Come up with me. Oh, no, no, no. Hang on. Too long, too long. Okay, no, I needed to cancel recall at the moment, but can't really do it at the same time that I'm grabbing this. Let's tap this again for a moment. Actually, no, it's still hovering, it's still depleting. That's fine, that's fine. We'll move it like this. We can still attach it. Actually, because of the hover stone, weight shouldn't matter, right? Even if you're standing on top of it. So the idea is that we can set it up the same way we did before. Hold it. And come back. Then we're going to recall it. Oh, no, 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 no. Low gravity, please. Stop. That's okay. The last save point, I think, doesn't lose me anything too critical as long as we don't land in water. We need to stop jumping off the edge in low gravity. It's a really serious problem. We discovered a new archipelago, though. The discovery's not going to last, but... Come on, let's get out of position here and just take the death. There we go. Okay, we're back here with the fight. That's okay. It's a pretty big loss in terms of the save, but we can try tons of stuff again, and I don't really mind. But we need to be a lot more careful about it, low gravity. Okay, there we go. I'll just get out of the way of this guy too. The nice thing about low gravity though is that just a standard jump can get you some bullet time for archery. We don't want to spend too many arrows because it's just... Like, the archery is so good here specifically because of that. And so... I'll drop this. Grab this. Then I bet we're going to fall off the ball or something, but, you know, we'll try something similar to what we did before, just to get up to the next island and grab some hover stones. This is the way I decided to mess around with this. Okay, let's stall. Part of the trick here is to place the ball in a location that it won't roll around too much as I try to get on it without nudging it. I do wonder what this thing is, but we'll deal with it later. Okay, let's not roll it too much. We'll fix it as we rewind. Yeah, no, there was too much rolling around. It didn't get to recall because it was just too unstable. Nudged it too many times. Okay, let's try it again. Hold. And back. Need to get on top of it without too many other issues. Okay, hopefully recall path still exists. It does. It's gonna do pretty well here, mostly. Okay, there we go. And we know that we have access to hover stones at this point. That as soon as you yank them, it will start to drain power. Okay. Actually, it looks like that object down below is probably meant to be placed over here. This looks very prominent. But then the question is what the ball affects. And the ball potentially... Oh, I see. I think it's probably the case that... I don't know if the ball would float or sink. But maybe it doesn't make contact until you've placed a larger object over there to do something like manipulate the water level, and potentially this is actually also a gate that allows you to drain. It is a gate that allows you to drain. That's, in fact, exactly what it is. But as soon as you lower it, this fountain fills up again. Which is fine, because if you use hover stones, you can link this thing up. In fact, if you power up a hover stone, you can suspend this and park other stones underneath. To hold it up once power expires. So, we're in fact going to do that. We're going to just attach down below to prevent this from going down. Unless, of course, it applies too much force and just attaches the whole thing. We'll grab this one as well. Once it powers down, it should actually still be okay. Then we have this gate to get through, which looks like it's going to require an object to open up, so let's just brace those on both sides just to see what happens. I don't know if it'll apply enough force to detach. Like, for example, if you remove this hover stone, does it sink? It does not sink. That's because the other stones are hovering. However, if you drain power on them... let's go cheapo. Does this stay up? It does. Excellent. Now you have access to this thing. Assuming you know how to send the ball across. Now luckily, I think one hover platform is probably all we might need to do it. And we know how to get two if necessary. Indeed, if we... Yeah, at this point we should probably be considering unsludging that thing, but we'll see. Also, yeah, we don't need these hover stones too. Right, is this thing on? No, it's not. It's this thing that's on. We'll just let power drain. I'd rather save the arrow at this point. I feel like the ball at this point is what's going to open this up for me. And I got here, I don't see what's so crazy about that. It was easy. The main limitation is that I'm extremely low in zonite, so we... and we also took a couple of fall damage deaths that unfortunately killed my vehicles. And so it was purely a budgetary thing. Mechanically, it was not hard to figure out how to get here. Mechanically, it was no problem. However, I've been dying a lot to jumping over things in low gravity and, you know, silly things like that. I've been dying multiple times, in fact, to jumping over things in low gravity. Anyway, power is actually going to take forever to drain on a hover stone, so we should have just turned that thing off. So we would maintain power to go back there. With the hover stone plate I was trying last time, in fact, we could probably still do it. Let's just... yeah, we'll let it drain, whatever. Just... make sure we know what to do with it. We could probably even detach one of these and it would still be fine. Like, let's test it. Just for efficiency. Yeah, it's still going to stay. So, gate's going to be open. Yeah. So the drain's still open. The idea here is that we're going to send the hover platforms across and use the hover platforms to escort the ball. Something just powered up, but that's okay. It's also powered down. Now, am I going to get enough distance here? Yes, perfect. Now let's hope the low gravity jump works out for me this time. Good, 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 good. Accurate for once. Now here's how we're going to do it. I guess we should unsludge this thing. It's probably necessary. Where's my water? There we go. Oh, it's a bubble launcher. Yeah, of course it is. For the kind of people who want to do things the easy way. Yeah, you can probably... no, the problem is that you don't really get Ultra Hand when you're riding that, so you would actually have to send this through manually. Maybe even by attaching it? I don't know if attaching it works. Attaching it does work. I guess you just take the next one over then. And hope that we don't need the remaining hover platforms. Still glad we did things my way first. Can we recall this thing? Yes, we can. Let's pull it back down. Not gonna wait for it. Okay, here we go. Just pop it over here. Success chime? No success chime, it's just gonna open it without music? Okay. I guess we're not done yet. Aha, water wheel. Well, let's see what it does. We cannot grab it. We probably need some kind of mechanism to attach to it. So we have to turn it manually? I doubt it. Not recallable either. And why would you want to open this? Let's think about it for a moment. One reason you might want to open this is to... Well, let's see. What is this doing? It is turnable. You can't stand here and turn it. You need an ice platform to stand on or a hover platform to stand on. Maybe interact with it by hand. We'll see. It might also be like the lightning points in the previous dungeon, where that might be what it requires to sage. It's quite possible, actually, that you just need a sage activation for it to, you know, just rush some water towards it or something. In fact, it looks very much like it's the kind of activation point that I'm not allowed to do myself. Because you would need to have like a big splash of water here or something. Maybe. We'll see. That's okay. We do need to, you know, go all the way back down to the source domain and hit the glowing point in the lake. We'll do it. But I guess we'll find out, yeah. I mean, if we can't solve this yet, that's fine. We've solved the knowledge check most of the way. We know how this works. We'll get to loot more flux constructs next time we come back. And it's fine. We'll solve as much of the dungeon as we can. I'm glad the game was flexible enough to let me do this. The thing about the quest in the Gerudo Desert too was that we also did it like well ahead of schedule. We had the whole interaction with solving the temple unlock without being told, which was nice. Because we always like to look for things like that. But yeah, this is reasonably easy. Like this hover platform interaction, very straightforward. There's even a waterfall ascension point over here for people who want to just get up here quickly for some reason. Let's think about this. Let's see if there is some other way to interact with it. Let's consider that for a moment. But yeah, and we know the whole bubble interaction here now as well. That's not really difficult. Yeah, because it looks like this probably needs some kind of water spray or... we'll see. Do I have something I can use with this? It does look very much like a sage point, though. The same way that the lightning device activations were true in the previous one. Let's just see more of the temple, though. I want to see what else we can do. That was dangerous. We did it. Kind of want to take the hover platforms with us. Aiming low gravity seems to be a bit of a problem though. Let's actually check this point down below. This is probably just a bit of a whoops, you're not supposed to fall in here yet point, where it teaches you to jump around in low gravity properly, but it's also our first sign of basement 1, so maybe that will be how we get over to the fire section that we saw. Low gravity in general makes it difficult to estimate anything, but this here, is this bombable? Didn't think so. Didn't look like it, but worth checking. Treasure chest, of course. Always worth checking that kind of thing. Let's not fall off. And sapphire is always very much appreciated, so we'll take that and climb back up. This is one thing that I think is a substantial improvement on these Divine Beasts in a previous game, is that these dungeons are not afraid to let you climb. They still have that openness and contiguity with the outside world that was kind of the illusion that was attempted by the Divine Beasts in the first game, but they really kind of feel much more contiguous with the main game. Much more consistent mechanically. Just because you can still apply, climbing-based thinking, and in these outdoor spaces also build vehicles, which is even more flexible than when you get into shrines. So, definitely appreciate that. Very fond of it. Got a lot of sludge down there. I kind of want to see what we can do to at least scout the sludge ring. But if I drop in there, I don't know if I'll get out yet, so let's stand for the time being. Yeah, it's kind of like this divided into wings. Like there's one wing to rule them all. One down here, and then there are 2 lower levels as well, and I don't know if it's 4 in total or how many, but let me take a look. I'm pretty sure I'm not supposed to get in the sludge, but we can kind of scout up here if we want. I don't know if I can make that jump though, even in low grav. Let's down for a moment. Also, yeah, this activation point probably just behaves the same as before since we haven't activated anything. Yeah, okay, so this just bursts. Doesn't go up or anything. Okay. Let's go up. I mean, we're actually not able to progress yet. We'll just, go down to play and come back up. Maybe even do that flight towards Tarrytown that we were talking about. If we want to be extra diversionary about it. Like here, I kind of wonder what my recall distance is, whether we can send an object over. In fact, I kind of feel like using recall with this bubble here is the way to do it. That we just send it over and have a free ride over to a platform that I can actually reach. Perhaps. Hang on. It doesn't expire yet. No depth perception whatsoever. Okay, so hopefully that reaches. If it doesn't, we're about to find out. I'm gonna get in it. We're nowhere close, are we? Well, it was low gravity. I should have attempted that jump. And not this jump, which is likely going to be death unless we can figure out a water landing somewhere here. No, we're going to miss completely. Well, so the question is, do we take the death or do we try to get to that green point to see if we can unlock the sage interaction now? Maybe that's a better thing to do. So maybe we should actually take a water landing for once. So we know how to get up there, it's not too bad. And maybe that point even gives you a fast travel point to go back up now that we've unlocked it. We don't actually know, so let's just take the water landing for once. And it would have been nice to, do the Tower Town flight first if we had dropped a little more intentionally, but we'll do this instead. And just try to get out of here. We haven't been back here in quite some time. We want to stock some arrows. But that's okay. I mean, it looked very much like we had maybe hit a sage required point anyhow, so we know how to do it. We'll get back here and mess around some more. It's a lot of low gravity that's just mainly throwing me off. Let's go to the shop too while we're here. We haven't been back in a while. So. I'm really glad it let me do as much as it did in the water temple. Even if we are a bit limited beyond that. Good night, James D. Thanks for dropping by. Okay. And yeah, we can do some shopping, or we can climb waterfalls, we just can't always get out of them. And we've got lots of what we need. We will want arrows. Let's just buy up as many as we can. And given that, yeah, let's just head over to that landing point at the dam. Best way to do that, I think, is just go up to the dam and back down. Let's see how we'll do it. Up the back, I think. Yeah, it's going to be on a dam side over there, so we'll head over that way. Yeah, this is where we came in after the drop. We're going to head back over to Varuta's old stomping grounds and boat over to the glow and see what it does. Yeah, it's just gonna be up around. Okay, sure, we'll loot some eyeballs. Do we have any weapons that aren't just massive overkill? Yeah, we do. We have the 11 bow. Whoops. Spend some arrows. I'd rather spend that than big shot weapons on these guys that take 1 damage. Did I shoot it in a terrible location that doesn't allow me to get the eyeball? Yeah, I guess so. That's alright. Constituting business. What are we doing for health? I think we should just replenish health. Let's get a little freebie here. Okay. So it looks like we'll just boat our way over, which we can do. We are in fact pretty comfortable with that at this point. Let's just grab this and sticks and fans. Making sure as always that the hands are in the right direction. Okay, let's ride. And let's see how this goes. I mean, we don't even know what this does at this point, whether it sends me up or if it activates a story or what. Whoop, okay. Hang on. Maybe I just need to jump into it like a waterfall. We'll find out in just a moment. Dive into it? No. Well, let's take a look here. Okay, I suppose we should talk to him. If we must, if we absolutely must. That's okay, we know how to get back there. Whether we can get back there quickly is a different question. Let's check the map. Yeah, we can. And we'll just head back. Okay, now we'll proceed. Oh, this rope. I really don't want to mess with this guy right now. And then we're gonna get sludged here. Yup, just about. It's okay, we've got lots of stamina, we'll just climb. Probably make most of this as a climb. We have stamina to spare. Oh, you know what? We were just in town. We actually should have cashed in some orbs at a statue and upgraded our stats a bit and grabbed another heart, but I just completely forgot about that. Because we do have enough shrines in the bank for one heart right now, I think. It's okay, it's not going to make a big difference. I just whizzed right past the statue and didn't even think about it. But that's how we play. Yeah, I guess we might need somebody to turn the water wheel for us up above. I'll actually be kind of disappointed if it turns out not to be the case, and if it turns out that I could have just continued in the water temple and done things without coming back first. Given that we were given so much access to it to begin with. Okay, now let's get over here. Okay, not quite an ascension point. That's okay, we can just keep going. I'm sure there's a waterfall climb somewhere here, but we know that getting out of those is right now is a bit of a pain, so yeah, we'll do it, but maybe look at some of these in the meantime, since we've seen so many of them. So few of them, rather, in this game. We actually aren't even close to seeing all of these plates this time around. A solid water and a fluid spear. And he manipulates water, yeah. The true awakening of disability. Etc. That's why I prefer these very sleek weapons. Okay, again, we're going to go close to the cliff in case we need to do a cliff climb. Just need to dive pretty accurately to climb the way we need. Oops, ascend. This way. Okay, you can go up the ledge. It's better to kind of go off the side, though. Nope, hang on. Nope. Missed. Let's see how far back we've been kicked. Now, because typically I need to grab the side in order to climb up, if we don't have a good diving angle to pitch myself forward. I had seen in the past that shield surf actually works out pretty well, but we'll have to see. Yeah, I just completely missed a dive that time. You can't actually get a dive until you are already on the way down, so if you do it prematurely, just tries to throw out a weapon. That isn't too good. There we go. That's how to do it, except, of course, we didn't manage to cling. Maybe it's a cliff that's not particularly climbable. Nope, same again. Yeah. We had it previously. It's a little bit tricky, but in worst case, we'll just do to climb instead of messing with a waterfall, because this is one of the interactions in a game that turns out to be surprisingly very, although not completely, ladder dependent. We can also try it on the other cliff, like maybe it gives me a better ledge to cling on to. It might. But this is short enough that I don't know why we're messing with it. Oh, this guy's hitting hard. This is silver. He's gonna run away though. Oh, let's just climb it. It's not a big deal. Anyway, even though we did green off the water temple, I don't know if we'll necessarily finish it this session, depending on how quickly we get back on track. It's entirely possible that we'll do a full run of it on the next stream instead. We just have other things we want to do in the meantime. The short of it, though, is that we do know how to get back up there, and it isn't too troublesome to do so. Anyway, back to the court. Yeah, let's see a cutscene for a change.
Yes.
Oh.
And I guess we need to go back down to investigate. Well, I mean, I guess just keep the place under control, right? Otherwise we have a sludge-like. Okay, I guess is a preview of the boss that we'll eventually have to deal with. I'm actually kind of impressed that I could skip ahead to the water temple as much as I could without seeing any of this. Alright, let's see his special ability. Envelop me in water, okay. And then shoot the water forward? Yeah, okay. That makes sense. Create a bubble of water that blocks an incoming enemy's attack. Swing my weapon in this water will channel into long range strike. Okay, so it's not going to be based on a bow, this will be based on a swide bow.
We need to get up close and personal with it. Be careful.
Oh, oops, nope, hang on. That hit it rather hard. Should probably clear some space around here. Nope. Wow, it hits quite hard, in fact. I wonder if it scales according to your progress in the game. There we go. Then, can we kill it now? Alright, now... Oh, I'm still on a low damage bow. That's okay, we'll switch over to my flux powder. It's gonna sludge up again. At least we don't need to wait for it to range like we did with the other weapon. Right, straight into. No? Done. Okay, so it's not the actual boss, it's just a bit of a minion. Well, I mean, I've been to the temple. I can just tell them.
Yes.
I do kind of wonder, since we've missed the opportunity, that just how much of the temple was doable by itself. That's okay.
Come now.
Needs to get back that gleam in his eye.
Hey now. Yes, yes.
Give me that winning smile. There we go. Okay, now I guess we go back to the pillar and then story event happens and then we'll see.
Whoa.
Yeah, he'll be alright in my hands. Probably.
Ah.
Now we've seen that, okay. Alright, anyway, let's take a dive. More batteries and all that. I guess we should go down and do the story, though. We don't have his power accompanying me otherwise, so... We do, in fact, need to head up to the summit here and... take flight. The way we know how. Oh. That's something lootable. And, well, if you're really not curious, let's take a dive. Oh, but I guess, yeah, I do need to build the boat again. Make it over. Alright, let's head back once more. And the dock should be the assembly point, yep. The pier over there. Okay, now let's do this. Did that a little down low, but that's okay. We'll manage. Lines up rather nicely, in fact. And yeah, we have a recallable rock over here. Oh, there he is. Okay. I guess we do need to talk to him. That is the clue for reaching the sky. Well, I mean, we found our own way, but okay. Sure, the illusory Zelda has something to do with this. Sure, let's ride. He's gonna create
It's just as I
rather
thought.
better
I
solution.
can see an entrance at the bottom of the lake. I'll make a path for you. Dive in, Link.
An entrance. Okay. This is oddly reminiscent. Oh, I love how it pulls the vehicles here. Oddly reminiscent of the one by the bridge as well. Bridge of Hylia. So where does it send me? How far? Where does it deposit me? Oh, we're about to find out. It looks like we're down below, actually, so... this whole area here. Makes me wonder, too, if we run back up. Well, I mean, we know where it goes. It's just a matter of establishing whatever else lies in store. So, anyway. Yeah, we're still in this area here. I guess we need to unplug that. Here's the thing. Do we still have... Where's you? Yep. Nice and cost efficient. Right, I guess we'll proceed from here. Let's see what we've uncovered. Discovery. Ancient waterworks. I guess this probably demonstrates how the water mechanism is going to go. Yeah, we can just blow that up and raise it further as well. Well, quite a lot more to do, I guess, before we get back upstairs. We'll blow it up, but we'll also leave a lot of these planks in place for just a moment until we have a better idea of what to interact with. Let's block it. I cannot climb this, okay. Guess not. Yes, we can. Yeah, we could kindly have a companion here. We'll just keep on raising this, I guess, until we feel quite finished. We can activate that point, which, for all we know, might give me teleportation, which of course feels like cheating. Well, we found our own way. Okay, next. Let's take a look. I mean, it doesn't seem hard to get up there. We can probably just skip. I want to see if we can skip. Just by attaching a whole bunch of planks together or something. I mean, lots of solutions abound, in fact. Just build our own bridge. That's what we want. Quite what it's going for. That's good. Well, actually just tuck this up, I think. Do it. It's a bit unbalanced right now, given What's happened here? Oops, a little bit unbalanced. It's okay. I was hoping we could grab it, but oh, Blood Moon's coming. Well, we're out of the way of anything that would make it relevant, so let's take it.
When the glow of the blood-stained moon shines upon the land.
Okay, that's fine. We can probably get up there a fast way. I bet we can. You know, I bet we can also grab this if we do this. Let's pull it up. Try to line this up a little bit better. The idea is that we fix this up a little bit. Actually create another recallable platform. It gets right up to the ledge there, in fact. We can climb, we'll just climb over there. Hold position. Back. Call. Same as always. Oh, it is slippery though. There's a main limitation here. Okay, we got stamina to spare. Hang on. We may want to put on the slip resistance. Although it doesn't tend to give me very much. We'll try it again, actually. We'll try it again. I feel like this is promising. We actually just need a longer platform that would get higher. Create a long ramp. I feel like this method is perfectly valid. Yeah, I just didn't account for having to play around slipperiness this zone, so we can grab another plank and place it, or just place this one further. Just send through it. Yeah, I didn't know it would lose this much towards the water temple, given how we're doing that. Yeah, I'm gonna switch it this way this time. Get a nice long, gentle ramp. get up to where we need. Just like this. Then we'll lean it. Nope. Not quite far enough. Again, overestimate of distance, but that's okay. An additional plank would actually do it. Yeah, we just undershot slightly. Totally do this method. One more plank. Anyway, we'll put this up here so we can easily grab it. Looks good to me. Yeah, let's skip right over. There we go. Almost. Oh, have to manage the diagonal motion and there we go. It is going to get bunched up right against there. Let's give it a bit of elevation. Hold it still. I'm going to pull back gently. Make sure it's a valid standing location that isn't going to pitch me. Well, we're losing too much of a recall buffer at this stage. Let's do it again. Let's do it again. Let's make sure we have enough uptime on this. Get up here. Stall. We'll lodge it back here. Let's see if this works. Oh, it's too sharply angled, now it's slippery. In its own right. Nope, no. Hang on. Let me just recall it again. Should be fine. No, come on. Hold still. Yeah, it was angled too sharply. So it got me into the problem with slippering. Well, just don't holding it slippery again. That's okay, we should just angle it down slightly and just needed to tip it a little bit. That's okay. Oh, We're very committed to this method. And there are probably easier ones available. A little out of range. That's okay, we can still be able to reach it. Particularly with a recall. Let me just get ready to grab it. Great. Here we go. Catch it midair. Try this again. This time, not so sharply angled. Yeah, we want to hold it nice and high, in fact. Yeah, that was too sharp. If anything, we want to kind of get it done like this. Oh, perfect, perfect, like that. That's good. In fact, we can even rest it like this and it'll be perfectly fine. As long as that wobbling doesn't quite get in the way. There we go, you see? Easy. Don't even know what the rest of this area was about, but we don't care. It probably was the actual solution anyway, just given how much wood you're given. Built bridges and like. And we'll see where this gets me. Oh, most of the way up, in fact. And now we have another waterfall that we use as a shortcut. Okay. I don't mind a shortcut. I'm glad we did it without. We'll take it. We still have to dive safely out of this. We can't dive safely out of this. We'll just have to go back to the old way. Yeah. We can do it. But what does he realize?
Here.
Oh,
Come here.
we've been instructed.
Come to me.
So let's see if we can actually get out of the waterfall safely. Very important thing to know. Down. Oh, it's gonna be a bit tricky. Doesn't quite get me there, but if we get up the edge, same method as always. Try to edge to ledge. Let's try to crash into it. Almost. Nope. Slip. Nope, missed. Yeah, it's a little out of reach. It's okay. Figure it out. Shield serve takes you forward a little bit. That's... Wait, yeah, actually, shield serve works. Yes, it always does. It's just a tiny little optimization that makes this function perfectly well. That time I didn't even take fall damage. Anyway, low gravity zone. And here we are again. Let's go back up then, just like old times. Now, I don't actually know. We'll have time to play at a water temple today. I mean, we could make it back up there slowly. See if we get diverted by anything along the way, and possibly roll for some new parts now that we've spent too many fans. And the like. Oh, there we go. He might even be able to unsludge some things for me. Actually, because that's what he does. And he needs to get up there anyway, so... Split up for the time being. Okay, sure. Go ahead. He's going to leave me to my own devices to get upstairs, which I'll be able to do just as before. Yeah, we could potentially get back up to the temple entrance, or we can get distracted by something else and fly over to the Atari Town Point or something. See what's going on. I got 2 out of 4 stages of wills right now. And this is something I've kept in mind as potential content. Oh yeah, you're supposed to float into one bubbling point after another. That's okay, let's recall this quickly. Oh no, you can't. I will in fact take a pretty big fall here. Let's see, how much of a fall? Not too much fun. We can dive out. That's okay, we can actually... Yeah, there's a way to do this in fact. We didn't go up to that gate previously because we took the vehicle. But recall solves this completely. You just use recall to go point to point. Oops, and then pull back. Then, oh no, you need to recall it first and then jump in. Well, except I got caught. Okay. Hang on. Let's just not take it from that initial point then. Let's just take it from over here. Nope. That did. Put me out. You return with the elixir. Good to know. It should carry me, right? To kind of nudge along with it directionally. Whoop, there we go. Close one. Wait for the next one here. Bit of a difficult position to stand in without being caught up in it, though. We're going to send it across. in here as well. Send it over to the next point. Yeah, I finally talked to him. Had to go all the way back downstairs, but you know, whatever works. You do need to kind of point in that direction and travel with it, or you do fall out. Yeah, just be careful of this drop here. Oh, some constructs. That's fine. We'll fight them. Oh, come on. Get out of here. Get out of here. Come on, you. Get out. Before this expires. Here we go. There we go. What's my health like? Not quite full. Let's not get whacked by these guys. I will switch to the correct bow. Where am I? There we go. There we go. Exactly like Nintendo envisioned. Yeah, that's too bad, because I'm glad we did it unlike how they envisioned first. I'm also glad this game is as flexible as it is. Never as fully flexible as I wanted it to be, but you know, the fact that we can get reasonably close is already way beyond most other video games out there, so. Spending way too much jelly here for things that will store it anyway, but I wonder if we can do something with this. Oh yeah, we can totally use it. The fire hydrant here, and well, more of a sludge hydrant at this point. Yeah, this one is one of the most flexible you played yet. See, as I think I was saying to somebody in one of the previous streams, the nice thing about this game, to an even greater extent than Breath of the Wild, is that when you choose to do things your own way, and when you feel like you're breaking the rules or breaking the intended solutions or whatever, it feels flexible, but it doesn't feel buggy. It doesn't feel like you're exploiting an oversight by the developers. You might have found something that they didn't necessarily test against. You might have found something that they didn't necessarily think of themselves. But you haven't actually broken what the engine is capable of doing. You're still playing within the rules. And I think the fact that this game can kind of adequately convey that feeling, where it's like, okay, your solution may be your own, but the engine is still what the developers gave you. Like that, I think, is a special kind of magic that you don't really see that often. It's harder than people realize. So, yeah, it's kind of an elaboration of, you know, this incredible physics system that they built in Breath of the Wild in the first place, where they just said, okay, where can we take it? What's a natural thing to do? Something like this. And looked at how people were already trying to build sailboats and airships and such, and just decided to cut out the middleman and say, you know what, we'll just give you a kit. And yeah, when I'm in these locations, I always look around for chests as well. There we go. That's what I was scanning around for. Oh, nice. This is our 5th one of these. We haven't used a single one yet because we haven't been back down into depths, but we looted many of them. And next time I'm down in the depths, that will be, other than collecting Zonite, the main objective. I mean, we'll collect Zonite on the way, obviously, but, you know, that is going to be, along with the light routes, the thing that motivates the navigation in depths. Or will motivate it next time I'm there. You don't think you found that map in your own game? Yeah, no, they're all over the place in the sky. We've got 5 of them. Unless you mean that specific location. You found 18, yeah. Just not that location, I see. They did seem abundant. Something very Wind Waker about it too. Which, I mean, for me, is always a compliment. Yeah, glad we came up here. We missed that last time, so worthwhile to use the fire hydrant and see what we can do with it. Now, is this sludge dispellable? We'll find out. It's gonna puke at you. The waterfall's still not gonna give me a great position to get out of there, though, so I don't know. I actually want to take that. Because the idea is that you use the waterfall plus glider to across here. That's not what we did previously. It's probably not what we'll do this time either. And we'll see. Oh, chess. Great. This one's a little better hidden. And look at that, hydrant. Okay. Yeah, we can definitely get back up there at this point, so. I would actually like to grab more parts off of the dispenser by the shrine. Did we overshoot that already? I think we might have. Or was it... Oh, it's somewhere over here, yeah. Because the nice thing about this dispenser is that it gives you tons of fans and batteries, and it's particularly useful. If we can get back up to it. I don't remember which cluster it was on. Was it by the area with the boss? We've seen, and there probably is loot up here that we haven't seen yet either, so. Well, we can build a vehicle up to it and see if we can preserve it. I think it might be worthwhile. Yeah, because this was eventually the point that is the base of the climb. That is a big climb up. Let's see. Water Temple in Pass 2 is probably your favorite. Yeah, I'm glad we could do it early, just to see it. Because it's the kind of flexibility I wanted out of this. And yeah, we can check here, but given my lack of elevation control with my drone vehicle, I don't know about that. We probably will build a vehicle. Because we're obviously not going waterfall to waterfall unless we have more bubbles we can shove around, so. Yeah, we'll head up there and we'll try to hit the shrine again. I think it was in this central cluster here somewhere anyway, so. Let's assemble. Let's drop the chest if we can. Let's get out of the way. Do we have fans? Yes, we do. 5. Okay, we're going to be running a bit low, but that's why we're going to roll for more. Whoops. Steering stick. And let's build it. Battery should not be a problem at this range. We just want to head back up to the shrine. Here we go. Right there. Then, let's get a decent position here and we'll drop. It'll carry forward a little bit, hopefully we don't die. Okay, good, good. Solid landing. Then we're gonna roll for some more parts. Right here. We'll be within range that the vehicle should not despawn, so. The idea is that I want to stack more fans. Since we've been using so many of them. Let's see, where's my material? Yeah, we're not going to do the water temple in full today. Obviously, I won't be able to stay long enough, but we'll get back up to the entrance and play around up to that point. We did loot quite a few charges since the last time we were here. For a moment it seemed like you were hardly giving me any pieces, and then that's okay. That's just a physics system doing its thing. We'll do some more. I want to make sure we have a good supply of fans for the vehicle. We're starting to tap into steering sticks quite a bit, and it's one of the more expensive parts in terms of sewing. But we know where to get it to, and you go to islands, and indeed, back at Terrytown, I think we get that. Fans are usually pretty easy to come by. Batteries are not. Back to 5 fans. If we can get up to 8 fans, that would be ideal, because then we have a buffer for 2 vehicles. Still have 5 fans, that's fine. We'll do one more set. We'll want to keep some in reserve. But we've actually picked up a couple large charges again too, so. We've got so many hoverstones too, you know. Eventually spend them as well. Okay, not many fans, just 6, but that's okay. We can do a couple of the construct parts. No, you know what? That's okay. We'll just leave it. Short on Zonite, but we'll be able to make do. Now from here, same idea. We're just gonna head on up. Oh, this is where you could fly with the wing before. Well, we've got a better vehicle, so I'm gonna use my ride instead. Head straight up, but we can. We might have to head up to the halfway point here first, just because battery. We'll do it. Okay, forward please, forward please. Okay, good. We'll let it drain. And not overshoot if we can. Oh, we're gonna overshoot. Oh, that's gonna be a bad landing coming. Let's go hard landing. No, we just overshot. That's fine. That's fine. We'll redo it. Let's see how far back we are. Fortunately, yeah, that's the thing that's most costly about the death, is that you lose your active vehicle. We need to learn how to land that thing, or at least revise the build so we can land it. Wellspring Island. So yeah, so we did lose the vehicle here, but... How many charges am I on? That'll tell me how far back we are in terms of rolling for items. My charge is 31, so it's back to not having rolled anything yet. That's okay, we can take the wing up part way. And we can get some more rolls again. It's such a nice landing the first time too. We're just not very well practiced with this. That's okay, we'll take the wing up. We know how to do it. Yeah, I was kind of concerned about facing in this direction, that we would just massively overshoot, but... Had quite a few fans this time, in fact. Yeah, I think I should probably do like diagonal fans or something. I don't know if that lets me lower a bit more. We should definitely revise the build next time I have access to one of those platforms. Because we found that the forward diagonal on the fans actually did work very well when I tried it. We got 36 hoverstones. That's kind of overkill, but yeah, if we can find one of those iron grating platforms again, we'll do that instead. Sure, yeah, let's just go back up. I think previously we had gone up from this lower platform anyway, so... Your day 2 of playing was a designated engineering day. Yeah, I found Tower Town on day 3, I think, and so that was my first real engineering mess around. I didn't do it that thoroughly, of course, just given material costs, but... And that I was still learning very basic systems at the time. Just trying to see if we can get a much better angle on this. I think we probably can. We didn't actually skip this whole central portion earlier, did we? Maybe we did. So we did. Maybe it's worthwhile to explore a bit further, like, you know, try to get this or something with the wing. Oh, right, because we were trying to escort the wing as far as we could previously. Yeah, we'll actually try to do like a hover wing. Because the thing about the wing is that if you cut power, it can take you forward. The thing I don't like about the wing is that it expires so quickly. I actually kind of think that we're not too concerned about power. That we can try the fan build again, but with some kind of minor adjustment. And whatever, it's a single player game, you know, you have to create your own regulations for what you consider cheating. I've been playing continuously with the only manual saves being between streams. It does mean I've had to repeat some things from save points every now and then, and actually the hardest thing is just to get reoriented as to, you know, where did I reload? What are my items? What interactions do I have to redo? Especially when it comes to map markers or rolling for random items or something like that. That sometimes it's a little extra. We're going to build a vehicle right here. Again, yeah, we'll just try not to overshoot so badly this time. Let's, whoops, no. Okay, that's fine. Didn't mean to get 5. But since we got 5, we'll try to do a little revision. And we'll see if we can have a way to pitch this forward. Like, we can probably pull back. Maybe even have one fan that allows me to pitch forward if necessary, like this. Or yeah, we need some kind of vertical regulator. For example, allows me to pitch forward. I'm gonna try it. It might be a disaster, but I don't like that attachment point. It won't land very well. So I said we don't want to break the whole thing here. Yeah, let's try it this way. Might be a disaster, but yeah, if we pull back, you see, it's not going to give me forward thrust anyway. And it might allow me to adjust my pitch a lot better. I like this revision, it's just the power consumption is terrible. I'll probably need to eat a few batteries here. Not the large charge, we'll buy without it, I think. Okay. That's why we're saving that. This is a bit expensive in terms of power consumption, that's the thing I don't like about it, but the control is a bit better. I'm sure we can revise this. Whoa. Hey, don't. Whoa, he's gonna try to... Oh yeah, Blood Moon, that's right. Oh, and we triggered a cutscene, which hopefully doesn't erase my vehicle. Okay. Okay, no, that's fine. That's what happened there. A little bit of engine conflict here, and it resolved gracefully. Yeah, you would have angled it for sure, yeah. We'll see. That's why I kept a couple charges in the back. Power consumption with the 5th fan is a bit much, though. It does let me pitch forward a little bit better. Because the idea is that you can kind of, you know, thrust forward a bit. In fact, even if you... When I'm looking at this, if I build like this, or even if I build like this, then it allows me to pitch forward, which is the main thing I'm missing, right? But pitching forward doesn't actually lose elevation, like because you've got nothing thrusting this way. So I feel like it's going to take a lot more experimentation to really outfit properly. That I probably should have, you know, done a bit more of an angle design to begin with. So we can go with what works. And hope for the best when it comes to the battery life. But the battery consumption is actually kind of bad. This is a bit of a short hop though. We can play around with this a little bit. It was like this. I'm just gonna push initially. I don't know about that. Like what we actually need is something like this that'll allow me to dive, but we don't want it to just dive by itself. Let's just leave it as is. Just leave current build. Yeah, I don't like the added power consumption from it. I think we can do better. But something clearly has to give. Also, for the sake of battery, let's park it a little further up. Oh, except, you know, he's still down here, I guess. He wants me to jump into a waterfall, which wasn't really my intention. But as long as... gets up there. I can never remember if it's Sidon or Sidon, because I do know that the naming scheme for the Zora characters is all based on a solfege. So, you know, Dorifan is like Do and Re, Mifa is like Mi and Fa, right? So technically he should be Si Do, as in T and Do, in some variants of the solfege, and Sidon rather than Sidon. But I don't remember what voice acting actually decided on in Age of Calamity. Which was, when I know they made some kind of decision about that, if they hadn't already in Breath of the Wild. Anyway, I never know how to pronounce anything. From what I can tell, all of the sludge waterfalls are flowing through ruins. Yeah, we've seen it. We've seen it. We know what it looks like. I'm ready. Is it by a cutscene, or can I actually drive? I can do it myself. Okay, good. Let's take the vehicle up. See if we can keep it. This time we're not going to jump over the vehicle in low gravity. We might have to expend a few batteries. But no, we're fine actually on 3 battery packs. I think we might actually be just about okay. Yeah, it's like 20% higher power consumption. That's the thing you have to remember, so it was a little bit rough. Whoa, hang on. Recall. Watch this, watch this. And then... look at that. Wasn't quite as clean as I hoped, but recall can lead to some interesting saves. And we'll have this thing available for some island hopping over here to make things a bit easier on us. You call him Sid because of the look in his eyes, like black holes in the sky. You see, this is the part where, you know, Woody looks you in the face and says, "So play nice." I don't know why that's his first Sid that comes to mind, but it is. I guess Sid is an SYD, is more like Sid Barrett from Pink Floyd. Anyway, we are here, Water Temple. And we are going to take a pause because I think it's best if I stop here before we get too deep in. And also, notice that we don't have his power here. Yeah, let's talk to him to do the intro sequence, perhaps. How magnificent to think that such a structure was floating in the sky above our own Zora's domain. As a huge Floyd fan, that will always be the first hit you think of. Yeah. Glad we managed to hit the target there. Does that mean that you went to the Water Temple and the first water that you thought of was Roger Waters. Or is that a bit of a stretch? Anyhow. That is surely the source of a sludge. We must do something about it. Yeah, we've seen this already. We know what it is. What is he asking me to look at specifically? Yeah, so that water will just divert this way and that using a special power. And we are here, so... Is he trying to tell me something else about this, or... Is it our advantage? Well, yeah. There is. And... I'm sure everything has reset since we got back in here, but... We'll do it, and we'll do it next time. Now the interesting thing is that we know that we can use this vehicle to escort objects because we previously did so with shrine parts and such. So I wonder if we can do that with something as heavy as the balls or other things, just to shortcut a few things while we still have it available. And yeah, I just love that dungeons like this are able to follow outdoor rules. Feels very, very potentially flexible. But we're not going to do that right this minute. We're going to do that on the next stream. And we'll just kind of gawk at this and wonder. Just, you know, get everything within frame. Okay, so next time we're going to begin more or less as we see here. And we're going to see how much of it we can do. I was thinking we'd do it this stream when I arrived here about 2 hours ago, but of course we were slightly story locked out of it. Ever so slightly, in an obvious and not too intrusive way. So, thank you so much for watching today. We'll be back here hopefully tomorrow because I've been trying to go daily as often as possible. Despite the Mario Maker interruption this weekend. And we'll get this one solved. Unless, of course, we fall all the way back down again by accident. So, thank you for dropping by, for all the conversation. Happy engineering to you as well. And, well, day by day, stream by stream, I guess it's another brick in the wall. Thanks for watching. We'll pass you on to somebody else, probably, with a modest little micro raid if I can find an appropriate target, and if I can't, well, then I guess we won't. Until next time, enjoy whatever you're playing or watching, and as always, fare thee well.